Commissioner Plant, are you out there? Oh, there you are. Good morning. I'm Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioner's Weekly Meeting for January 10th, 2024. Commissioner Plant, any preliminary comments? Are you ready to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I am ready to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Gilman.
Good morning. I would vote to approve the consent agenda, and also as my public service announcement, just remind folks we have a public comment hearing today as well from 4 to 6 on the transportation electrification plan for public service.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I also approve the consent agenda and appreciate the reminder about the public hearing tonight. Transportation proceeding number 21R-0538R, Ms. Harper, Dr. Fishhaber.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ruthie Harper of your Commission Council. Dr. Fishhaber, Rail Section Chief, is also available for any questions during your discussion today. For decision today are the two applications for reconsideration, re-argument, or rehearing filed by BNSF and Union Pacific to your decision addressing exceptions and adopting rules last November. Given the narrow subject matter, today I propose to explain the RRR requests and provide my recommendation and then pause for any discussion in your vote. And the RRR requests include 3 procedural requests, which I plan to address at the end. Does that sound amenable to you, Chair?
It does. Thank you.
So first, the railroads again generally challenge the Commission's finding of a pattern of delay by the railroads and whether the rules will in fact achieve their intended purpose of reducing delays. I recommend denying this RRR. The Commission's finding of a pattern of delay and its determination that the rules will better facilitate the proper and timely completion of Commission-approved projects is reasonable and supported by the record. The railroad's objections fail to invalidate the road authority's credible comments about their own experiences contained in the record of this rulemaking. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to deny this claim on RRR and affirm that the rules should be retained as adopted to improve the crossing project process.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I support the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree with your recommendation.
As do I.
Next, the railroads request that the Commission reconsider the limits in Rule 7212G on the amount of railroad consultant time that may be billed to the road authority. They renew their concern that removing or limiting railroad expertise from the design and review process ignores the practical realities of grade crossing projects and may hinder safety. On this RRR, I, along with Dr. Fishhaber, recommend granting this request in part and reworking the language in this rule to eliminate the 12-hour amount. We recommend that adjusting the language to focus more directly on the scope of consultant work that may be billed to a road authority instead of the number of hours will more effectively accomplish the intended purpose of this rule. That purpose is to ensure that the amount of railroad consultant time that is billed to a road authority for a project is strictly for the necessary railroad work for the project. The reworked language has been circulated to each of you for review, and we recommend adopting the revised language as circulated.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I.
Next, the railroads challenge the lawfulness of the CPAN process that is set forth in the rules. Union Pacific claims this process does not provide the railroad with notice or warning that the Commission is investigating an alleged delay and expresses concern that its first notice of such allegation may be the Commission's actual issuance of the CPAN. We recommend denying this request as both unnecessary and unworkable. The CPAN process already provides opportunity to respond to an allegation. So there is no need to allow opportunity to respond prior to issuance of the notice. Further, there's no practical way to inject representatives from the railroad into the pre-CPAN decision-making process conducted among PUC staff and their council. Moreover, it is likely that any railroad activities leading to a CPAN would occur already in the context of an ongoing proceeding with any allegations arising in some form in the record. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to deny this R request.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Goman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Next, the railroads make 3 challenges to how the rules apply to federal aid projects. I'll go through all 3 and then pause for any discussion in your vote. As to the project construction support requirement in Rule 7211M, the railroads request clarification whether this requirement reiterates that railroads must comply with the terms they agreed to in the construction and maintenance agreement. On this point, we do recommend clarifying that project construction support is not intended to refer solely to capital, but rather to services, including responding timely to questions and requests for information, providing technical and construction support, and similar matters, and that any such requirements should already be outlined in the C&M agreement. As to the maintenance cost requirement in Rule 7211N, Union Pacific requests clarification whether the requirement that a railroad establish a plan to repair a crossing service would require railroads to bear the costs of maintaining federal aid projects. We recommend denying this request. The contention that a railroad cannot be required to bear maintenance costs is not entirely correct as a matter of law. The railroad's arguments treat the terms crossing improvements and maintenance the same despite their different meanings, and do not provide grounds for the commission to do the same. According to federal regulation, projects for grade crossing improvements are deemed to be of no net ascertainable benefit to the railroads and should not be required to bear the costs. Thus, the plain wording of this regulation specifies crossing improvements, not maintenance. So I recommend not granting this clarification as part of this rulemaking. Finally, as to the consultant hours limits in Rule 7212G, Union Pacific requests modifying this requirement as it would apply to federal aid projects. However, you've already in part granted this request by reworking that rule. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to proceed on these 3 issues as I have just recommended.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the 3 recommendations.
Commissioner Goman,
I also agree with the recommendations.
as do I.
I'll address next the legal challenges to the rules. I'll do so briefly, however, as the railroads have already made these challenges and the commission has already found them unpersuasive. So again, I'd recommend finding no merit to these claims. As to preemption, the ICCTA and FRSA are 2 components of a multi-part federal-state regulatory partnership addressing railroad issues in which this state and the commission and these rules play a vital part in the area of railroad safety. The railroad's reliance on ICCTA preemption is misplaced. The rules are safety related and cannot reasonably be said to affect interstate rail transportation. Nonetheless, under either preemption, I see no reason from the railroad's arguments to conclude the rules are preempted. The rules are related to public safety at railroad crossings. They complement the federal safety regulations of the FRA, and the railroads have not shown the rules would have any unreasonable effect or burden on interstate rail transportation. The railroads also renew their various constitutional claims, but again, none of these arguments provide grounds for the commission to find it must now modify its rules. The rules prevent accidents and promote public safety at rail crossings consistent with the commission's jurisdiction. They advance the legitimate state interest of ensuring that railroads comply with commission orders and rules. There's a meaningful distinction between railroads and road authorities that justifies the rules, as the commission found delay by the railroads, not the road authorities. And finally, although the railroads may claim the effect of these rules will be burdensome, they have not provided more than speculation and assertions. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to again find no merit to these arguments.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Goman,
I also agree.
as do I, and probably just reject them. I don't know, we gotta find no merit, so.
Noted. Finally, as to the procedural requests, first, the railroads request the commission stay the rules pending resolution of RRR and any judicial review. I recommend denying these requests is unnecessary. The commission has had rules challenged in court before and has not stayed its rules so that they can be appealed. And this case is no different. As to the administrative process, there's no need to stay the rules as they're not yet in effect and will not take effect until after all RRRs are resolved and the administrative rulemaking process is complete. As to any judicial review, I recommend the commission reject any request to stay its own rules. This is an extraordinary request, and the railroads have not made the case that the commission should take this action. The commission initiated this rulemaking to address safety concerns at rail crossings. It has conducted a lengthy and robust process to reach this point, and its rules should now go into effect to achieve this purpose. To the extent the railroads do have legal concerns, they can pursue those claims in court, but they have not provided compelling grounds for the commission to prevent its own safety rules from going into effect. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to deny these stay requests.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Goman.
I also agree.
Yes, do I. I'd just say this commission has conducted a comprehensive, multi-year, robust rulemaking to develop these rules. Although the railroads have raised legal objections, we took a hard look at those claims and found them to be largely unsubstantiated. While they can certainly pursue their claims in court, the railroads, at least for me, have not made the case or really come close to it for the commission to now prevent its own rules from taking effect simply because of these legal assertions. These rules will ensure that the commission approved improvements and installments move forward in a timely way. And I just don't think we can wait another several years for the judicial process to run its course. We propose these rules to solve real problems being raised by the road authorities. And I think these rules are carefully and lawfully designed to do that. So I also support your recommendation to deny that request.
The final decision for you is the railroads also request oral argument, which I recommend denying. The commission has had an effective deliberation today, and there's simply no demonstrated reason to accommodate additional opportunity for advocacy in this case. So I'll pause here for your vote whether to deny this, and that is the last decision point. Commissioner
Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Goman.
I also agree.
As do I, and I think this can be an ABC order, I guess, granting in part and denying in part the RRR request. Does that give you what you need, Ms. Harper and Dr. Fishaber?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Thanks to both of you. Let's jump to let's take up the tri-state issues as a block. So let's jump to proceeding number 23A-0128W. Papa San Water. Mr. Sarah.
Good morning, commissioners. This proceeding concerns a small water utility in Pueblo, Baxter Water, that changed hands last year. Last summer, Baxter filed a CPCN application to transfer ownership, which was granted. And on January 3rd of this year, the utility filed a motion in its now closed CPCN proceeding, asking the commission to approve a 300% interim rate increase. The utility indicates that it has capital projects both completed and on the horizon, and that its financial position may be strained. Yesterday, Commission trial staff filed a brief that asks you to deny the water utility's motion to implement a 300% rate increase. Trial staff makes a number of arguments. First, the motion is procedurally improper. Second, the utility appears not to have provided the required notice to its customers. And third, there would be due process issues with litigating a rate increase in a proceeding that started as a CPCN approval and is now closed. Trial staff also points out that while the utility provided some financial data with its motion to increase rates, that data falls far short of what would be required in a normal rate case. So trial staff requests that the commission deny the motion and invite the utility to file a rate case. I have a recommendation for you all if it's convenient.
Yeah, if you could make a recommendation, that'd be great.
I recommend that you deny the motion and invite the utility to file a rate case. The decision can point the company to rules 5109, 5110, and 5112, so its attorneys can file either a new tariff and advice letter, or if the utility qualifies, an application for small water utility simplified regulatory treatment and the required data for its rate change. And that way, the 300% increase can be investigated by trial staff or other interested parties.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision denying the application. So thank you, Mr. Acera.
Thank you.
Let's go back to item 1, proceeding number 20A-0528E, Tri-State 2020 ERP. Ms. Shula.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Jessie Shula with your advisory staff. The issue before you today is Tri-State's proposal for the release of confidential and highly confidential information related to bids for potential resources and resources the utility proposed to build and own in its 2020 ERP proceeding. And the decision before the Commission is whether the Commission should grant Tri-State's proposal to release this information. Pursuant to Rule 3605H3 and 4, Tri-State must file a proposal within 14 months after the receipt of those bids in its RFP that addresses 1, the public release of all confidential and highly confidential information related to bids, and 2, its plan to publish some required bid information on its website. In its timely filing on November 15th, Tri-State proposes to refile its highly confidential 2022 all-source solicitation 30-day report, its highly confidential attachment C, bids advanced to modeling, its highly confidential attachment F, bidders best value employment metrics, and its highly confidential bid maps as public. Tri-State also proposes to post bidder name, levelized energy or capacity cost as applicable, generation technology type, nameplate capacity, and then utility ownership option and contract term to its website following the receipt of the Commission's order. Notably, Tri-State, the proposal does not include refiling the following items as public: its Phase 2 150-day implementation report, its modeling assumptions, and its emissions reductions workbooks. No responses were filed by the parties to this proceeding. I can pause for questions and discussion, or I can proceed with the recommendation.
If you go to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Great, thank you. Tri-State's proposal was uncontested. I recommend the Commission find that Tri-State's proposal discloses sufficient information so that the public can have confidence in the competitive solicitation process that was conducted by the utility and reviewed by the Commission, with one exception. The advisor, we find that 2 items on page 13 of Tri-State's 150-day Phase 2 ERP implementation report contains confidential information related to bids for potential resources. Thus, I recommend that the Commission accept Tri-State's proposal and additionally require that Tri-State refile its Phase 2 150-day implementation report with the information on page 13 as public, and allowing Tri-State to retain the rest of the non-bid, highly confidential and confidential information within that report as private as it chooses.
Thank you, Ms. Shula. Commissioner Plant.
Good catch.
Yeah,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree with your recommendation.
As do I, and that can be an ABC decision requiring the refiling of the Phase 2 report consistent with that recommended change. So thank you, Ms. Shula. let's go to proceeding number 23A-0548E, Tri-State application for a CPCN. Ms. Shula, Mr. Gomez.
Great. Good morning again. Mr. Gomez is available for questions as needed. The issue before you in this proceeding is Tri-State's application requesting the Commission issue a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, or CPCN, for Tri-State to construct the Dolores Canyon and Axial Basin solar projects, which include certain transmission elements associated with the Axial Basin project. Tri-State filed this application on November 3rd, 2023, and seeks approval for Tri-State to own these solar projects that they had previously planned to obtain through a power purchase agreement with UE, the project developer. Those PPAs were executed in 2018 and 2022, respectively, and Tri-State subsequently treated the projects as planned resources, both in its responsible energy plan and its electric resource plan in 2020. Between that time and now, Tri-State determined that owning these projects will actually be more cost-effective than obtaining them through a PPA because of changes to federal tax credits and the availability of funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and the Empowering Rural America, the New Era program. Tri-State's application does contain the necessary CPCN requirements and relevant information on magnetic field and noise level testing that are required for some aspects of these projects. Along with its application, it filed a motion for extraordinary protection of highly confidential information associated with the CPCN and a motion to approve a procedural schedule, discovery procedures, and treatment of confidential information. Then on December 8th, the Colorado Independent Power Association, CIEA, and UE, the project developer, filed separate motions to permissively intervene. Tri-State did not contest either motion. On December 27th, CIEA filed a motion to consolidate this proceeding with Tri-State's current ERP, proceeding 23A-0585E. And then on January 2nd, 2024, both Tri-State and UE filed separate motions in response to CIEA's motion in opposition to consolidating this proceeding with the ERP. This all said, there are 6 decisions before you today. First, whether to grant CIEA's motion to intervene. Second, whether to grant UE's motion to intervene. Third, whether to grant Tri-State's motion for extraordinary protection of highly confidential information. Fourth, whether to approve the CPCN application. Fifth, whether to grant Tri-State's motion to approve the procedural schedule, discovery procedures, and treatment of confidential information. And sixth, whether to grant CIEA's motion to consolidate this proceeding with the ERP. I'll provide information on each of these decision points and then pause for discussion or recommendation. So taking up the first issue around CIEA's motion to intervene, CIEA states that it has specific interest in the competitive bidding of renewable resources and market participation by independent power producers. Because its members are independent power producers operating in Colorado, it has tangible and pecuniary interests for its members that may be substantially indirectly impacted by any decisions in this proceeding. It also states that it's positioned to represent its interests in a way that will advance the just resolution of this proceeding because it's uniquely positioned to provide industry information regarding company-owned resources outside of the competitive bidding process. So I can pause for recommendation, or I can pause for questions or discussion, or proceed to recommendation.
If you can go to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Okay. I recommend the Commission grant CIEA's motion to intervene, given their interest in ensuring a robust competitive market in Colorado.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I.
Great. The second issue before you is UE's motion to intervene. In its intervention, UE states that it has a specific interest in this proceeding as the project developer for the 2 projects under consideration. So it has specific information and direct pecuniary interests in this proceeding. It states that it'll represent its interest by making itself available to the Commission to answer questions, to help the Commission arrive at a just and reasonable determination of the issues present in this application. It states that it has unique, specific, detailed knowledge about the projects, their components, their site condition, and other relevant information. And then it states that it has a business development strategy and perspective that is different from the applicant. I can pause for recommendations
Why don't we jump to the substance before we take this one up? So if we could take this one up last, I'd
Sure.
appreciate it. So thanks for framing it up, but let's hold off on that one. So why
Cool.
don't you
Okay.
jump to issue 3,
Great.
and we'll come back to
Okay.
this at the end.
Sounds good. The third issue is Tri-State's motion for extraordinary protection. They are specifically seeking to protect the contents of the PPAs between Tri-State and the developer, including energy rates and the contents of some contracts between Tri-State and the developer, including associated costs and the resulting energy rates for comparison purposes to the PPAs. They state this information is the result of confidential commercial negotiations, and that the public release of this information would undermine Tri-State's future negotiating position. So I can pause for questions or proceed with the recommendation.
If you can jump to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Great. Given that this is uncontested, I recommend that the commission grant Tri-State's motion to ensure that they can successfully procure cost-effective resources moving forward.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gellman.
Also agree.
As do I.
Great. So the fourth, fifth, and sixth issues before you that we'll take together are Tri-State's application for a CPCN, their motion for a procedural schedule, and CIEA's motion to consolidate this proceeding. First, advisors find that Tri-State CPCN complies with all the applicable rules that govern co-op utilities CPCN application. Second, Tri-State's motion to approve the procedural schedule, discovery procedures, and treatment of confidential information contains a proposed schedule and requests a number of modifications to procedures. And then third, CIEA's motion to consolidate this proceeding with Tri-State's ERP suggests that it would be prejudiced because it would have to evaluate the solar projects in 2 proceedings simultaneously, which would increase its costs and burdens of litigation. It also argues that the issues in the CPCN and the ERP are substantially similar and that there are common questions of law or fact regarding approval of the CPCN and approval of the ERP. And finally, it states that it's concerned that Tri-State is seeking to acquire these resources as owned without a competitive or transparent market participation process. In their responses that oppose the motion to consolidate, Tri-State argues, amongst other things, that the proceedings do not contemplate the same issues because the solar projects in the CPCN are not being approved or denied through the ERP, which makes these 2 proceedings distinct. And UE argues, amongst other things, that the CPCN, the ruling here on the CPCN does not change the course of construction of these projects because the PPAs under question will remain in effect regardless of the outcome of this proceeding. If Tri-State does not get approval to own them outright and then does not continue its PPA, UE says it does not have a major problem here because they will be able to contract them with another party as they have done with similar PPAs in the past. So with these 3 issues, I can pause for questions or discussion or proceed with recommendations.
If you can jump to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Great. First, I recommend that the Commission grant Tri-State CPCN as uncontested in its order pursuant to Rule 3102. I also recommend the Commission require Tri-State to file a status report containing information on how the selected contractors, which have not yet been selected, meet best value employment metrics. And then pursuant to approving the CPCN, I would recommend that the Commission deny both motions as moot if it approves the CPCN.
Did you say the CPCN was uncontested?
The CPCN is uncontested, yes.
All right. Commissioner Plant.
I would vote to approve the CPCN, thus rendering the other 2 issues moot. Thanks.
Commissioner Gellman.
I agree with Commissioner Plant.
As do I. I just say, for me, these solar projects have already been through the competitive solicitation process in the ERP and were selected as part of the responsible energy plan. Unlike IOUs, which may have financial incentives to own and operate projects, Tri-State doesn't appear to have those conflicting incentives. After many years, there now seems to be a mutually agreeable deal between the developer and Tri-State to move forward, which may not always be an easy thing to do given the supply chain and tariff-related disruptions in the industry. we've already seen in other contexts the number of failed projects and repriced PPAs from this time frame. So I'd just say I'm glad to see this all worked out. Generally defer to Tri-State and support the recommendation. So can we just moot out the UE request for intervention, or do we have to decide that?
I might ask
Phone a friend,
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Gomez.
Yes, yes, ask Mr. Gomez to weigh in on that.
Mr. Gomez.
There, I'm sorry, I'm having a little problem with my thing. Really, the interventions and everything else is fairly moot once you move to grant the CPCN. I just point out that the none of the parties who intervened, UE or CIEA, had asked for a hearing in the matter, and so that's why the matter is uncontested. So those are basically treated as protests or comments, and so so everything else can just be mooted out. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Thank you, Ms. Shula. And I think that can be an ABC decision granting the CPCN application, denying the request to consolidate, and denying the rest as moot. So does that give you what you need, Ms. Shula?
Yes, thanks so much.
Thank you. Let's see, proceeding number 23A-0570. Well, we're going to take that up after the next one. Proceeding number 23A-0585E, Tri-State 2023 ERP. Ms. Crandall, Mr. Sarah.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kelly Crandall with the advisory team. As you noted, joined by Mr. Sarah from Commission Council. Tri-State filed its 2023 Electric Resource Plan, or ERP, on December 1st, and a couple of the key components of the application include resource acquisition period from 2026 to 2031, a recommendation out of 5 modeled scenarios to adopt a preferred portfolio, which includes 290 megawatts of gas, 940 megawatts of renewables, and 310 megawatts of battery storage, along with an earlier economic retirement date for Craig Unit 3 and a potential retirement date for Springerville Unit 3, depending on USDA grant and loan funding. A proposal to continue calculating and reporting emissions reductions consistent with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment methodology, and proposals for a phase 2 process and timeline, including this time not only RFPs and model power purchase agreements, but also use of an independent evaluator. Along with the ERP, Tri-State filed a motion for extraordinary protection of highly confidential information, a partial stipulation related to maximizing the use of Inflation Reduction Act funding, and a request for an expedited procedural schedule, shortened notice period, and discovery procedures. Under Tri-State's preferred schedule, a final decision would be anticipated by mid-June 2024. By decision number C23-0813I, which was issued December 6th, the Commission denied Tri-State's request for a shortened notice of intervention period and set a deadline of January 5th for interventions last Friday. The Commission further directed potential parties to confer with Tri-State to determine if there may be opposition to their motions and to respond to Tri-State's motion on the expedited procedural schedule and other procedures. Trial staff, the Colorado Energy Office, and the Utility Consumer Advocate submitted interventions of right, and trial staff and UCA specifically requested a hearing. The Commission also received various motions for intervention from the Colorado Independent Energy Association, the Conservation Coalition, comprised of the Natural Resources Defense Council and Sierra Club, Colorado Solar and Storage Association and Solar Energy Industries Association, Interwest Energy Alliance, Joint Colorado members, including 2 Colorado cooperatives, other groups of joint cooperative movements, White River Electric Association and the Wyoming Rural Electric Cooperatives, as well as Moffett County and the City of Craig, the Office of Just Transition, and Western Resource Advocates. Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment also submitted a motion for limited participation for purposes of submitting greenhouse gas verification reports. With regard to the proposed procedural schedule, the Conservation Coalition indicated support. COSA-SIA, Joint Colorado members, trial staff, and White River Electric Association didn't oppose. Office of Just Transition and Joint Movements didn't take a position. Other parties largely didn't address the schedule, or prospective parties. However, Moffat County and the City of Craig noted that they opposed the proposal to expedite the procedural schedule, stating that Tri-State's application lacks a robust community assistance plan for the just transition, which is a process that requires focused stakeholder participation. Those entities raised concerns that discovery and hearing preparation won't be sufficient within the hearing, within the timeline proposed by Tri-State. Tri-State filed a reply and a motion for leave to reply yesterday to Moffat and Craig's opposition. And it states that its motion is opposed only by those communities. In its reply, it states the community assistance plan is part of a separate stakeholder process that will culminate in a filing in a different proceeding, not this ERP. Tri-State also reiterated its request for a prompt procedural schedule due to prospective IRA funding. So with that tee up before the commission at this weekly meeting is whether to deem the application complete, whether to set it for a hearing, and whether to hear the application itself or refer it to an administrative law judge, along with addressing various motions. So I'm happy to answer questions or make a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can make a recommendation, that'd be great.
Thank you. I'll address 3 subparts in a single recommendation. So the first is we recommend deeming the application complete and setting it for hearing. The 2023 ERP includes very complex issues related to resource procurement, load forecasting and member departures, federal funding interactions, wholesale markets, reliability modeling, and just transition and coal plant retirements. Trial staff and the UCA specifically requested an evidentiary hearing, and many potential parties have requested intervention. Second, advisors recommend granting Tri-State's motion for leave to reply to enable a more robust discussion regarding the schedule and case management, which is the next item. Finally, we recommend you all discuss whether to retain this proceeding en banc or refer it to an administrative law judge. We suggest the commission consider referral for multiple reasons, including successful resolution of the prior ERP by a judge, the strides Tri-State has made in presenting information since its prior application, and the commission's current aggressive case schedule. However, we note that in prior meetings, the commission has indicated openness toward moving this proceeding along efficiently, and the proposal for an expedited schedule is unopposed except for Moffat and Craig. Should the commission refer the proceeding, it's likely not possible to meet Tri-State's request for a shorter schedule. But in our calculation, this is probably only a matter of a few weeks, and Tri-State hasn't provided a lot of specific information as to why the expedited schedule is so critical. So should the commission proceed with referral, all of the other outstanding items, which include the procedural schedule, interventions, motion for extraordinary protection, and a motion for pro hoc vice, would be referred to a judge. So I will turn it to you all to discuss how to hear the proceeding.
Commissioner Plant, preferences?
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation to approve the application. And the in terms of whether to take it en banc or refer to an ALJ, I think I'd be okay referring to an ALJ. I understand that the concerns of Tri-State with regard to timing. And my understanding is if they can actually come up with a good settlement, that schedule could be accelerated as well. So that's kind of where I am. I'd be happy to do it en banc too if you guys wanted to do that en banc, but I think with their schedule, it seems like it should be doable.
I'm probably closer to Commissioner Plant, but want to hear where you're coming from, Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Plant. I think it's most logical to refer it. I mean, ideally, there are still opportunities to continue to streamline it, especially, if the parties are able to reach a settlement and move things along. But that does appear to be the most logical course for me.
Yeah, I'd agree. Without trying to prejudge anything, it just seems to me from this filing that Tri-State has made progress. As Ms. Crandall said, the last ERP resulted in a settlement before an ALJ, which suggests the parties were working together in good faith and that the ALJ process was productive. Based on a review of the filing, it also seems like Tri-State has responded to a number of our modeling and other requests from the prior ERP, as well as seeming to collaboratively address the concerns of the parties. Given all these realities, as I said when the filing came in, I'd like to do what we reasonably can to be responsive to Tri-State's request for an expedited schedule. But at the same time, I just think we have too much on our plate for this spring, as do advisors and commission counsel. So with regrets and maybe a referral order asking the ALJ to do what you can to accommodate the accelerated procedural schedule, given the concerns of Craig and Moffat County, I'd also vote to refer it. So so I guess I'd propose a short ABC order, referral order, acknowledging the Tri-State timing concerns, pointing out the possibility of using the ALJ process to get it accelerated through settlement or other means, and then just refer it. So does that give you what you need, Ms. Crandall?
Thank you, Commissioner. So I think we have agreement among you all. We'll grant the motion for leave to reply and then refer the case to deem the application complete, set it for hearing, refer to a judge, and just note concerns about timing and efficiency.
Yeah, basically.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plant, would you say that any different? Thank you, Ms. Crandall. Let's go back to proceeding number 23A-0570G, CNG approval for its cost assignment and allocation model. Ms. Akembo, welcome.
Thank you,
welcome,
Commissioner.
welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Juliet Akamboy with your advisory staff. On November 21st, 2023, CNG, Colorado Natural Gas, filed an application requesting approval of its CAM and fully distributed cost study FDC. As background, Commission Rule 4503D requires that each regulated gas distribution utility in Colorado must file an updated CAM in each rate case proceeding where revenue requirements are determined, or every 5 years following approval of the CAM, whichever comes earlier. The current CNG CAM was approved as part of the company's last rate case for a 5-year period, which expired on November 21st, 2023. CNG has both a regulated and unregulated division in Colorado. Therefore, Rule 4503F requires that CNG simultaneously files an FDC study reflecting the results of the CAM and the methods that is used in its updated manual for all Colorado divisions and activities. The CAM specifies the criteria, guidelines, and procedures CNG will follow to comply with Rule 4502, as well as the information regarding the FDC, and the FDC identifies how that assignment happens with each division in Colorado. Just give me a minute, my screen is frozen. I'm sorry about that. It's my first day.
No worries. Welcome to the remote deliberation process.
Thank you. CNG's FDC is based on the historic test year ending December 31st, 2022. On December 19th, 2023, UCA filed a notice of intervention and right of request for hearing. UCA seeks more information on the company's submitted FDC and whether the proposed allocation factors result in a proper allocation of costs between regulated and non-regulated activities. On December 22nd, staff also filed an intervention, and staff seeks to examine the accurateness of the cost allocation between CNG and its affiliates. The lack of service agreements between these entities and the possibility that there could be some form of cross-subsidization is of interest to staff. On December 22nd, ARM LLC and Heartland Industries LLC, together referred to as ARM Heartland, filed a notice of intervention of rights and a request for hearing. ARM owns property in Colorado, including a 2-acre greenhouse and 15,000 square foot warehouse. ARM leases the property and facilities to Heartland, which grows and sells cannabis products in the state of Colorado pursuant to a state-issued license. ARM takes service from CNG as a firm transportation customer, and natural gas service separately from CNG's unregulated affiliate referred to as Wolf Creek Energy LLC, or Wolf Creek in short. Additionally, ARM and Heartland has filed a formal complaint against CNG and Wolf Creek, alleging that CNG and its affiliates regularly operate as a single entity and there could be commingling of financial resources and documentation. It therefore requires that there has to be a record keeping and a proper allocation of functions between CNG and its other unregulated entities. I'm happy to pause for discussion or make a recommendation.
If you could give us your recommendation, that'd be great.
Thank you. Advisors recommend that the Commission refer the matter to an ALJ by minutes entry.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman.
Welcome, thank you. And I agree with your recommendation.
As do I. Thank you and welcome, Ms. Akumbo.
Thank you.
Let's go to number 6, proceeding 23A-0589 EG, Public Service Company, Electric and Natural Gas, DSM and BE 2024-2026 program. Mr. Mendelson, Ms. Dundas.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory staff. I'm joined by Lindsay Dundas of Commission Counsel. On December 1, 2023, Public Service Company filed its 2024-2026 Demand-Side Management and Beneficial Electrification Plan. The application was docketed as 23A-0589G. The decision before you today is whether to deem the application complete and whether to hear the proceeding en banc, assign a hearing commissioner, or refer the matter to an ALJ. As a quick summary, the company seeks to invest a total of $496 million over the 3-year period before incentives. The proposed expenditures represent essentially the efficiency and BE budgets approved in the company's recent strategic issues proceeding, number 22A-0309EG, including the 20 to 25% flexibility allowances, also approved in the SI proceeding. The budgets also include about $65 million in demand response investment over the 3-year plan period. Public Services application also proposes savings values, which represent a 1% increase above what was approved in the SI proceeding. The company explains that this year's plan reflects several modifications from its last DSM-BE plan, adjudicated in the preceding 22A-0315EG, including updated avoided costs and technical assumptions, including use of Encompass modeling for the avoided cost of energy, changes to the new construction programs to solely offer rebates on all electric homes, and the phasing out of reductions of several electric and natural gas rebates and incentives. Both is directed by the Commission in its recent SI proceeding as well. The addition of several new pilot programs and other offerings. Public Service indicates that its programs are largely cost-effective, except for the residential and income-qualified BE programs, which have an MTRC test below 1. The company explains it has undertaken a cost-benefit analysis that seeks to consider program cost-effectiveness if the federal IRA incentives were treated as a benefit per the Commission's direction. The company estimates the DR programs will produce over 683 megawatts of summer capacity and 328 megawatts of winter capacity by 2026, again consistent with the Commission requirements in the SI proceeding. Regarding gas capacity savings, the company proposes to implement a targeted demand area methodology. The company notes the Commission rejected this approach in the SI proceeding, but suggests that the Commission did support the general idea behind the company's proposal. The company did not offer a bill impact analysis, only suggested tariffs for GSMCA riders for both electric and gas bills. As advisors understand the tariffs, residential customers on the RETOU rate will receive a 9.24% increase on their base energy charge. Residential gas customers will pay a 5.65% charge on base rates. If the Commission decides to hear the case en banc, advisors will bring back for your consideration on January 17th party interventions, 13 of which were received in all, a motion for extraordinary protection, and a decision point to set a pre-hearing conference and whether to require a conferral with parties on a potential procedural schedule. If the Commission holds the hearing en banc and is interested in issuing a request for supplemental direct testimony, that can also take place at the 117 or a future CWM. I'll pause here for your discussion and can provide a recommendation that the Commission desires.
Yeah, I'm gonna perhaps suggest an alternative path forward, so see what you guys think. In general, I think this filing seems very consistent with our prior order in the DSM beneficial electrification strategic issues proceeding. And I'd probably be supportive of referring those issues for analysis and resolution by NALJ, given how much we have in front of us. At the same time, however, I'd like to raise some significant concerns regarding demand response. To prepare for our discussion in the ERP case over PIMs for the utility-owned generation, I spent a bunch of time going through the model supply contracts. In that preparation, it just became clear to me that the company can count on third-party IPP PPAs because they include liquidated damage and credit support posting requirements that create clear consequences if an IPP fails to perform. In that case, the company can claim LDs and draw down the credit support behind the contract to create meaningful penalties. In contrast, my understanding at the company is that the company's demand response programs have no real customer consequences in terms of LD payments or penalties if the demand reduction fails to show up when it's needed. As a result, from the perspective of a system operator, I just don't see how you can count on it as a resource. Instead, it just seems more like a sort of muddled economic rate discount program that we may be relying on in our paper load and resource tables, but may not be able to count on it when we actually need it. I think we saw this during the Storm Uri response, where a number of customers just failed to deliver the demand reductions when required. For some of them, it was not even possible to interrupt for health and safety reasons. As I understand it, there were little or no consequences to the customers, or really the company, for the inability to perform, even though hundreds of millions of dollars of costs were ultimately recovered across all customers. I suspect that in competitive wholesale markets, third-party demand response bidders are signing contracts that subject themselves to liquidated damage payments or other penalties for failure to perform, much like we do on the supply side in Colorado. As a result, in competitive markets like PJM, MISO, and SPP, system operators may be able to count on demand response as a reliable resource when they need it. Having just approved $12 billion in new supply-side resources, I'm concerned about continuing to move forward with the DR program where there are no consequences, little or no consequences for failure to perform, such that system operators may not be able to rely on it. I don't have a specific process proposal and would want to confer with advisors and counsel before doing anything. But for me, I'd like to consider severing the DR issues from the rest of the proceeding. I then let the rest of the issues move forward with an ALJ while we see if we can come up with an accelerated process at the commission level to develop a DR program that has appropriate incentives and is a resource that system operators may be able to count on, perhaps as part of the next ERP process. I'd also like to see if we can quickly get a leading third-party DR provider before us, probably in the context of a SIM, to help us better understand how demand response is implemented and relied upon in competitive markets. I suspect there's a wide range of third-party DR providers that would agree to penalty structures in ways that would enable us to count on the demand reduction when it's needed, much like we do for supply-side resources. If the company is unable to create a resource that has aligned incentives like this, then I think we may need to look at an RFP to get third-party demand response aggregators into Colorado, potentially as part of an all-source bid in the next ERP. Finally, I'd like to discuss these incentive alignment issues where there's consequence for bidders failing to perform in the context of the VPP order that Commissioner Plant is proposing, and maybe ultimately in the context of interruptible rates. So I'll stop there. I guess this is coming out of multi-year frustration with what we're seeing on demand response, and just exploring whether we want to keep doing sort of business as usual or see if there's another path forward. And this is probably going to be a discussion we're going to have over multiple CWM, so we'll have to bring it back this week. But Commissioner Plant, any reaction to those thoughts and ideas? And, at the end, touched on your VPP order.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this, one of the main components of that VPP order was us stressing that we don't have a lot of time to, sort of tinker around the edges on this kind of thing, and that we really need to get demand response and, full on DERMS capabilities implemented, with, private DER aggregators participating and building up our market. And, looked at a few different ways of trying to achieve that kind of certainty. I think a lot of, the certainty of relying upon DR delivering services is really related to the program design, in addition to the offerings and the structure of the program. So I think there's ways to do that. I'm not sure how the severing of these issues
me neither.
impacts everything else. I initially was, feeling that it would be okay to send this to an ALJ, but I'm increasingly feeling like it maybe isn't. And one of the reasons that I am pretty frustrated with this DSM filing is that, when it comes to, on-bill financing, I think Excel, really runs a risk of being bowled over by a three-toed sloth. I mean, they just do not move on this. I first discussed this with them in 2007, which was 17 years ago. And they said they weren't interested because they're a utility and they're not a bank. I looked back at, proceedings that the PUC has had back in 2010. There were numerous public comments requesting on-bill financing from Excel. In the 2012 DSM decision, the commission declined to require Excel to implement on-bill financing, which was requested by a number of the different parties, but, quote, encourage them to consider these program suggestions as it develops its proposed DSM portfolios. That was 12 years ago. In 2021, they were ordered to work with stakeholders. And that was the process that led us to direct them to take that stakeholder process and include it in this DSM plan. And then I look at their 600 and something page DSM plan. I can't find on-bill financing in there anywhere. And in Mr. Mark's testimony with the company, he says that the company's not in the business of lending money to customers to finance investments, and it's going to take time to integrate something with their billing system. I mean, what they're proposing is to wait another year, not put anything in place here, wait another year, file another application, have a litigated proceeding. I don't know what that leads to, maybe a pilot that they run for a couple years. I mean, it's insane. This has been going on for almost 20 years. I mean, I'm here in, you know, a little tiny co-op with 14,000 meters, and we have an on-bill finance program. Commissioner Gilman's Holy Cross has an on-bill financing program for batteries. I mean, for some reason, Excel just either can't do it or doesn't want to do it. And my sense is that they just don't want to do it. You know, Colorado has some national experts on developing on-bill repayment and financing programs. They work with utilities all over the country, but Excel just can't seem to figure this out. At the end of the day, I mean, like they told me 17 years ago, they just don't want to do it. But I think this has been an ongoing issue for so long. And we also have expressed in our order that it is a critical component, particularly for all efficiency, but also critically for beneficial electrification. And I just see absolutely no movement from the company on this issue. And I just think kicking the can down the road again is just crazy. We have to get this kind of system in place if we're going to achieve the kinds of the kinds of penetrations of beneficial electrification and other measures that we're trying to do with this plan. And so I am now of the feeling that I would support doing this en banc. And I don't know, again, to the DR issues, I don't know what the severing question does or doesn't.
Yeah, and well, let me ask you this. Say we pulled out the DR and on-bill financing questions. And like I say, I need more time with staff and council, but would those be the two primary issues you'd be interested in? And I guess the question is,
those would be two of my biggest concerns. Yeah. I don't know what happens if we pull them out. Does that, set the clock way back on all that stuff, or does it, because we're taking it out of an existing proceeding? I don't know. So
yeah, we'll have to bring that. I'm just trying to see your interest in what issues you want to cover, and then we'll see. I mean, when the filing doesn't have what you need, it's often tough to let that litigation go forward and get the result you want to. But I'll stop there, Commissioner Gilman. Really curious to see where you want to go with this.
Well,
we've been talking about this for years.
About demand response I have fewer specific dates than Commissioner Plant, but I've been on this this DR soapbox for quite some time here, to somewhat little avail. I mean, the one thing I would say, Chairman, about your comments, and I don't think you meant this, but it could be potentially inferred, demand response is not just interruptible rates. I think some of your failure to perform reference was on interruptible rates. I totally disagree. It's a completely unacceptable situation for people to be getting a discount and then not actually provide the system with the service they're intended. But I think demand response is far bigger, and I think we laid out a vision coming out of the strategic issues proceeding, looking to the next strategic issues proceeding to ensure that the company lays out really an entire plan and ecosystem of everything from the intraday, more maybe demand flexibility type, to just avoid ramping a gas plant when you could deal with this with some load modifications, all the way to the emergency pull cord that I really see interruptible rates as being when you have a really serious situation. And we've never really been able to see that layering of like what programs work best for what purposes, under what circumstances, what is the value, and therefore what kind of value should we provide back to participating customers or those providers. And so certainly I agree with you. This has been an area of a lot of frustration for me for years, in really seeing this as a resource, and I think seeing the opportunity to optimize around cost and operations for ratepayers in a way that is just not being taken as seriously as I think it should be, to ultimately come to kind of the most efficient and lowest carbon scenario for ratepayers as we move forward. So I completely agree that I want to see a move in that direction. I think that's one of the reasons, you know, as we were kind of batting around the idea of the proceeding that Commissioner Plant ended up taking, why we looked kind of specifically at third-party implementation as one of the focuses, because I think the premise was sort of like, hey, we've been asking the company for quite some time in many different ways to get much more serious about demand response, and just don't feel like we've seen it. Because I will say, I mean, it does appear contrary to their financial interests, right? They make money by investing in infrastructure. And if you have really effective demand response, the entire point is to avoid investing in infrastructure. So I don't think it's shocking that they're not interested, but that faces us, you know, that puts us in a really difficult spot where we know we have the party not interested in helping us, one of the only parties who can help us to achieve it and get it done. And yet we see these this optimization that we're just unable to achieve and unable to even meaningfully pursue without, you know, really significant help from them in advancing it. So I was excited by a lot of the work, you know, Commissioner Plant did, and how we could see that move and really tap into third parties to execute on some of these things. You know, there are parties out there who have a financial incentive to execute on what we want done in terms of demand response. And that's probably something we have to take very seriously in terms of, you know, how we get to where we're going. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have any specifics, but like in general, I think you all know I've been frustrated about demand response in the past. And I agree with Commissioner Plant, certainly in the realm of equity, looking at on-bill finance as a means to really allow customers, especially who don't have, you know, a bunch of cash sitting around, to be able to invest in heat pumps or, you know, whatever it may be, to ensure that they can really participate in the benefits of clean energy transition. So I'm interested in both those issues. I also understand the challenges of our calendar, and I don't have an answer to your question on what happens if you bifurcate it. I mean, I would think, Commissioner Plant, you know, if we look at like on bill or something, especially if it relates to some electrification measures, you know, I don't know. I think we'd have to think of what is the crossover on how that impacts maybe like data or uptake around those measures. You know, would you see or assume some increased uptake that then you would have to kind of work on all issues at once, rather than, you know, just bifurcate some issues? I'm not sure, but, you know, that's what I'm thinking in terms of, is there a complication in if you can sever off certain things?
Yeah, I mean, the hope is that you know, you get an increase in uptake in these things if you make it more affordable for people to be able to invest in them. But that's kind of, you know, the objective, right? And I feel like it's an enormous barrier, and it's one that we've identified for decades, and it just has not gone anywhere. And I don't know I don't know what we do beside, you know, we tried to put it into the utilities court time after time after time. We tried to have stakeholder processes. We tried to have the utility, you know, incorporate these things, and they just don't do it. And I you know, I feel like we need to, you know, sort of require them to do it if we're going to ever get it done.
Well, let me just jump in. part of the reason I'm interested in bifurcation is it's just the expenses and the investment coming out of the ERP, where we're looking at multi-billion-dollar transmission, already approved $12 billion and looking at billions more. And, looking at a all source solicitation in the, next year or two. I'm now thinking we should move beyond a pilot. And, this litigation is not gonna, or may not result in a decision in time to develop a demand response component in the next ERP. So I'm wondering if there's, maybe some more accelerated thing we can do to see if we could frame something up for, really a demand response and a VPP, third-party bid as part of the all-source solicitation with, an ELC with defined capacity benefits for the bids and with a real, penalty structure so that it has to perform. So I think that's part of my interest in the severance. I think if this litigation plays out, we're not going to have a decision in time to really get alternatives in the next ERP. So, especially since some of the demand response could be within the Denver metro area. So I don't know. So I guess the proposal.
The timing, I think you're looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Plant, on, as Commissioner Plant kind of proceeding with starting was to have meaningful results by the time of the next SI filing, so that it could be incorporated. That's also when we directed them to have this kind of broader demand response, demand flexibility vision and potential study coming in. So all things point to, I agree with you, no meaningful change by the 2024 interim ERP, but a good amount of data from both these pilots, as well as a new potential study in which we directed, I think we were as specific as we could be about what we wanted to see in that, to ensure that it really met our purposes and showing a vision of how this whole network should work, of the different use of demand side resources. So yeah, I mean, everything I do is all lining up to be useful for the next SI filing and then the ERP that follows that.
I know, but we're gonna have another multi-billion-dollar generation and transmission investment sunk and approved by them.
I know.
So one thing, and I don't want to get us too far afield here, but I mean, the docket that the M docket with the VPB and the gas DR, those were, directed by the commission to create pilots for the purposes of sort of evaluating VPPs writ large. That's a much bigger component and has a lot more functionality than simply a DRMS or a demand response program. And I pointed this out in the order. There's nothing to keep Excel from implementing a DRMS, from implementing a battery connect program, from implementing various different demand response measures that, there's existing demand response, programs like Connected Solutions and others that are out operating perfectly well, around the country. The VPP is a much bigger and, more sort of integrated into the distribution system type of, management, but it doesn't preclude the utility from pursuing, a full-on DR MS program.
I will point out in the DSP, I was going to say the last DSP, it was the only one, the public service DSP, they did ask to do a DRMS pilot. So it's not that nothing precludes them. They actually said they're going to do it. And in that final order, I took issue with the fact that really the only use case provided was to operate about 1,800 batteries. And I thought they could present other uses of this platform that would more meaningfully provide insight into their use and impact on the system. I think we're still awaiting the feedback that we asked for in kind of providing a very thorough view of what other use cases could be so we can make the most of the investment. But
yeah, I think that
there are technically things going on related.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, one of the things that they pointed out was that their Renewable Battery Connect program, I think it was called, was limited to 2 different battery manufacturers. It was heavily, you know, manual and not a good program for scaling. And now they're looking at a you know, bring your own device type of battery program where it's not limited to certain manufacturers and it has much more remote communications capability and you know, that sort of thing, which they should absolutely do. And there's nothing to keep them from doing that. And I think that they're, you know, coming forward with, you know, that program proposal. I don't know if they're proposing that it be another pilot or if they're proposing that they actually implement this DRMS, you know, coming forward, but there should be absolutely nothing within, you know, this VPP pilot that impairs that in any way.
Well, so Commissioner Goman, is your preference to hear this? Would you prefer to, independent of the bifurcation, just general thoughts on hearing this versus referring it?
My initial gut reaction was that this is should largely follow what we set out in the strategic issues proceeding and would be more acceptable for an ALJ, and we focus our attention on the SI filing that'll come, I think, late next year. Someone has that date. But I agree, these are issues. I mean, these are issues that have bothered me for a while. I just can't figure out how to get the traction and get other things to happen. So.
And what's your appetite for trying to see if we can do something for the next ERP that would potentially allow third parties to bid both VPPs and demand response?
That would be a yes. I have a lot of interest.
Commissioner Plant, any thoughts on trying to see if we can find a process to get VPPs and demand response to bid into the next ERP? Yeah,
for sure. I mean, maybe we can go back and figure out how this would impact the overall, you know, what the procedure is, because I'm not really clear what the procedure would be. But yeah, I am also, this issue of on-bill financing just being completely absent from their plan is just driving me nuts. So I would like to see us figure out a way that we can push that forward. And you know, I'd be open to doing this en banc if that was the way to do it. All right. I think that may be as far as we can go today. So I guess what I'd propose is that we hold off making any decisions until the 17th. I'll spend some time with council and advisors to see whether bifurcation or some other mechanism is the best way of, you know, figuring out how we can maybe create something before the next ERP, but still allow the DSM to go forward. And we'll look to ways to get an accelerated evaluation analysis of the on-bill financing to sort of see if we can not take another 17 years to get progress. So, Mr. Mendelson, anything else we should try and do today, or
I don't think we resolved the fundamental issues, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying we'll bring it back for you on the 17th and be able to take up this procedural issue then.
Plus, procedure plus. All right, thank you. What's next? I think it's proceeding number 23A-0600 SEG. Mr. Davis, Public Service Company Securities.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Davis of the Commission's advisory staff. Public Service Company of Colorado filed a securities application on December 11th. It's seeking authorization to issue securities in aggregate principal amount not to exceed $2.5 billion, to extend short-term debt authorities of $800 million, to enter into Treasury rate locks and forward-starting swaps for hedging purposes, and to recover what are called refunding costs. Public Service states that it intends to use the proceeds from the issuance of the debt securities for general corporate purposes. And that would include the funding of capital expenditures, the repayment of short-term debt, and refunding long-term debt either at maturity or otherwise at the discretion of the company's management. Public Service further states that all proceeds from this debt would be used to support its Colorado utility operations. At last week's weekly meeting, we discussed how staff of the Commission and the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate each timely filed interventions of right and sought a hearing in this matter, but then subsequently withdrew their interventions after Public Service had filed an amendment to its application. And by a decision issued last week, the Commission vacated the hearing that was administrative scheduled for this afternoon. So today, we can take up the application as an uncontested matter. As I briefly mentioned last week, Public Service is seeking authority to sell debt securities not to exceed $2.5 billion. The debt would be issued and sold from time to time, all prior to December 31st of 2026, at the company's option and in any combination. Such debt could take the form of either secured debt in one or more series, such as first mortgage bonds, or take the form of unsecured debt in one or more series pursuant to the company's existing senior debt securities indenture. Public Service states that the type, amount, and length of maturity of the debt securities will be decided at the respective times of issuance. The interest rates, either fixed or variable, and all other terms, if any, would be determined with the purchasers, underwriters, or managers at the time of the pricing of the securities. With respect to the need for the debt, Public Service identifies its first mortgage bonds that are due in May of 2025. Those total about $250 million and have an interest rate of 2.9%. The company further identifies planned capital expenditures, as you well know, of $2.6 billion in 2024, $2.9 billion in 2025, and $3 billion in 2026. In its amended version of the application, Public Service states that consistent with the company's agreement with staff and UCA in a 2016 proceeding, the company may hedge up to 25% of the securities to be issued and is subject to the reporting conditions established in that 2016 proceeding. Also by this application, the company requests authority to enter into Treasury rate locks and forward starting swaps in connection with that $2.5 billion long-term debt authority. And in the amended application, Public Service explains that it's not asking for pre-approval for any costs related to this hedging. The company instead clarifies that any request for recovery of such cost would occur in a future rate case through evidence demonstrating the prudency of those transactions. So the company will not consider the pre-approval of these costs of security or debt issuance to be a presumption of prudency for future cost recovery. In addition, although its maturity is several years away, Public Service requests to extend the authorization to enter into multi-year credit arrangements. The company will continue to restrict the indebtedness outstanding at any time to a total of $800 million. The interest rates on long-term notes issued under the multi-year credit agreements will be the prevailing rates at the time of issuance, which are intended to reflect the borrowing costs for companies of comparable credit standing. The costs of issuance are not expected to exceed 1% of the amount of the agreement. And finally, Public Service seeks pre-approval of the recovery of redemption premiums, unamortized underwriting costs, and other expenses that would be associated with any long-term debt that is refunded prior to maturity. In the amended application, the company explains that by attaining pre-approval of these refunding costs, the company would have to still demonstrate the prudency of the costs in a later rate case or other commission proceeding. The company states it would only enter into liability management activities to call or refund an existing debt if market conditions were such that it led to the same or lower overall embedded cost of debt. Prudency of these actions would be proven by Public Service through schedules entered into evidence in a rate case. So I can proceed to a recommendation, but the decision point before you now is whether to approve the uncontested application as amended.
Now, if you can go to a recommendation, that'd be great.
Great. I recommend that the Commission grant the application as amended. The requests are consistent with past authorizations granted by the PUC. The matter is uncontested, and the amended application has been reviewed by the staff of the agency and the UCA through consultation with the company. The Commission can find good cause to grant the amended application. The stated use of funds to be borrowed align with the terms of Section 40-1-104 of the statutes, such as the acquisition of property, the construction, completion, extension, or improvement of facilities, the improvement or maintenance of service, the discharge of lawful refunding of obligations, and the reimbursement of monies expended for any of those purposes. Likewise, there are no grounds for the Commission to find that the proposed security transactions are inconsistent with the public interest. So given that securities applications are required to move quickly, I've circulated an order with you all already, and I recommend that you adopt that order this morning so that it could be issued later today.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
We have one more item, 23M-0234G, the gas infrastructure plan. I think I'm going to suggest we take a break till 10:35 and come back. I think that may, I think this deliberation may last some time. So does that work for you guys? All right. Let's take a break till 10:35 and we'll come back and jump into the chip. All right, Mr. Mendelson, proceeding 23M-0234G, the Public Service Company Gas Infrastructure Plan.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm joined in this case by Wendy Rosati of Commission Council. I may also phone a friend in Ron Davis if needed. Today's presentation will be of Public Service Company's Initial Gas Infrastructure Plan, or GIP. Per the new gas rules that were finalized in 2022 by proceeding 21R0449G, specifically Rule 4552C, Public Service is entitled to submit its initial filing as an informational one, which it has elected to do. Per Rule 4552B2, the Commission opened a miscellaneous proceeding, noticed the filing, established comment deadlines, and held a workshop and public comment. For this first informational GIP, Rule 4552B5 requires the Commission's final decision to address the adequacy of the file plan and the methods and processes used to formulate the plan, and to provide guidance for the preparation of subsequent GIP filings, which will be filed under Rule 4552D and subject to a full adjudication process. Public Service's next GIP is due in 2025. I'm going to spend a few minutes explaining the background of this case and the evolution of the rules. Then I'll explain the instant filing, the parties, and the procedural background, and then set up a series of decisions on the following broad categories: forecasting, investment subject to GIP review, the company's non-pipeline alternative or NPA analysis, cost recovery, mapping, and other remaining issues, including a bit of background on each of these subjects. The new gas rules adopted in proceeding 21R0449G were initiated by the passage of two statutes passed in 2021, Senate Bill 21264 and House Bill 211238. Senate Bill SB 21264 in particular was groundbreaking because it required the Commission to establish rules for the filing of clean heat plans, which would require gas utilities, through which gas utilities are to lower their carbon and methane emissions from gas distribution systems and the associated end-use consumption of gas. SB 21264 also established near-term emission reduction targets of 4% by 2025 and 22% by 2030 from a 2015 baseline. HB 211238 required the Commission to modify certain aspects and oversight of gas utility TSM programs. Subsequent legislation in 2023 may also color the Commission's approach in the instant proceeding, even if not directly relevant to the company's filing, which will be discussed below. When developing the rules for both SB 21264 and HB 211238, the Commission also determined that it was necessary and appropriate to implement rules for gas infrastructure planning as well in order to foster an integrated and holistic approach to maintaining an affordable and reliable gas system, while at the same time reducing emissions in accordance with the state's statutory goals. The order approving the rules, decision number C-22-0760, clarified that the GIP process will serve as a venue to 1, facilitate the Commission's understanding of the current gas system, 2, serve as a place to approve specific projects on a prospective basis, as well as place to develop both better and more specific project alternative processes, and 3, examine the future use of the system and the economics of the retail service provided over the long term, culminating in the 2015 statewide emission reduction target. The GIP rules require a utility to describe its methodology, criteria, and assumption it uses in its system planning and infrastructure modeling activities. It also establishes category types for planned projects, including system safety and integrity, new business, capacity expansion, mandatory relocations, and what are referred to as defined programmatic expenses for each planned project that falls above a dollar value threshold. That value is set at $3 million in 2020 for utilities that serve over 500,000 customers, which includes public service. The rules also set guidelines for forecast requirements, system mapping, and stakeholder participation, among other things. They designate the relevant time period of analysis as 2 successive 3-year periods, referred to as the GIP action period, which begins at the start of the filing year, and the GIP informational period, respectively. The reason for distinguishing between the action and informational period is the Commission recognized project specificity may not be fully understood, and And if so, generalized category level information would be acceptable, particularly in the outer informational period. Finally, the GIP rules require the company to submit an alternative analysis to new business and capacity expansion projects, including an evaluation of clean heat alternatives defined under the CHP section of the gas rules. Clean heat alternatives include demand-side management, recovered methane, green hydrogen, beneficial electrification or BE programs, pyrolysis of tires, and any other technology approved by the Commission and found to be cost-effective. For this initial GIP process, Public Service was required to submit at least 5 projects that would be subject to an NPA evaluation. The instant filing was filed on May 18, 2023, which, as the company notes, was just 3 days after the rulemaking was finalized, including Commission response to appeals. A slightly revised version of the GIP was filed on July 21. The parties to the proceeding include Public Service, trial staff, UCA, CEO, Atmos Energy, IBEW Local 111, City and County of Denver, Tiger Natural Gas, Advanced Energy United, the Conservation Advocates, or CA, comprising NRDC, Sierra Club, SWEEP, and WRA, Black Hills, and City of Boulder. As this was an informational filing, the process was less formal than expected under a fully adjudicated format. Nonetheless, the parties were allowed a short window to conduct discovery and several opportunities to comment. Initial comments to the company's filing were submitted on August 9th. Reply comments were filed on October 6th, and final comments were filed on November 3rd. In between, the Commission submitted its own questions for company response and held public comment hearings on August 14th and October 19th. In general, the company asked for deference in this process as the Commission and stakeholders grow into this new process. PSCO suggests that it is neither practical nor appropriate to change or broaden the scope of the GIP at this juncture, but we should let the company's next litigated GIP in 2025 play out, gaining experience on the remaining LDCs in the interim. Now I'll move on to the individual sections of the filing, party comments, and Public Service responses for your deliberation. So the first issue for your consideration is forecasting. The forecast requirements under the GIP are presented in Rule 4553B, which states that utilities shall present reference low and high forecasts of design peak demand, customer count, sales and capacity requirements, and gas content consistent with the utility's approved portfolio of clean heat resources in accordance with CHP rules at 4731B1. The Commission adopted this approach of allowing the CHP process to lead the forecasting effort in recognition that the CHP process, likely taking place every 4 years, and requiring long-term projections, will generally be a more appropriate venue for thorough review of a utility's forecasting effort. However, the company's first CHP is currently ongoing as proceeding 23A0392EG. Accordingly, the company does not have an approved forecast to submit as part of this informational GIP application. Generally, the company requests that the Commission recognize that and allow the CHP process to develop in its own without making specific recommendations here in this GIP proceeding. Importantly, however, the forecasts for the CHP and GIP have significant overlap. They serve different purposes. The CHP is designed to reduce emissions, which is directly tied to general throughput and the GHG intensity of the gas, while the GIP is designed to provide oversight of infrastructure investments, which in itself is designed to serve peak loads, essentially the coldest day of the year. For purposes of this presentation, the critical pieces of the forecast are design day, that is the coldest temperature that the company plans for, customer count, and peak usage per customer. I'll present the latter two elements together due to the nature of the rules in the company's filing. So design day. With respect to design day, Public Service tracks 9 weather zones across its system and calculates its design day temperature based on a 1 in 30-year cold weather event. Design day temperatures range from -18 degrees Fahrenheit in Grand Junction to -42 in the San Luis Valley. Denver is assigned a design day temperature of -25 degrees. In response to Commission questions, the company indicated the last year the design day was reached, coldest temperature experienced in the last 15 years, and trends in this set design day temperature for each weather zone. UCA notes that accurate design day modeling is critical for optimizing capacity, efficiency, and reliability of the distribution gas system while minimizing environmental and economic impacts. They also note there is no specific industry standard or state regulation to provide guidance for the design methodology, leading to a flawed system and potentially conservative design day model outcomes that lead to overinvestment in gas infrastructure. CA argues the company's internal probabilistic method is not transparent, thus making it difficult for the commission and stakeholders to reproduce and confirm the company's calculations. CA notes that the design day has not been experienced in any weather zone since 1996, with only one of the 9 weather zones reaching the design day in the last 30 years. In addition, by relying on over 70 years of data rather than the more recent data set, the company's design day methodology may be overly reliant on historical weather patterns that does not properly recognize climate change. CA contends that, at least for the Denver weather zone, for each 1 degree increase in temperature, peak demand is forecast to decrease by 1.3%. They recommend the commission require the company to include specific calculations and methodology it uses to calculate the design day in its next skip, while also providing all historical weather data the company relies on for these calculations and to expressly account for climate change. Public Service responds it's willing to discuss design day temperatures, but in the end, it must be a decision of the company, as the obligation to serve safe and reliable service lies with the company. Public Service also argues increasing the design day temperature will subsequently increase the probability of the design day temperature occurring during a heating season and the likelihood of outages. They contend that although historic data is an appropriate methodology, it is not prudent to adjust for expected future climate change as suggested by CA. Public Service comments that it is open to considering appropriate adjustments to their methodology, but only after careful and thorough analysis, and is committed to hold 1 or more stakeholder workshops on design day methodologies prior to the 2025 GIP. The company also offers to provide specific supporting documentation regarding design day temperatures with specific calculations and methodologies used to calculate design day temperature. I'll pause here for the commission discussion on the design day calculation.
So without in any way undermining your status as senior commissioner, Commissioner Gilman, I'd like to request on this issue you go first. I just think that's probably the most efficient way of doing this. So if you're all right with that, I would turn it over to you.
I'm just glad it's not a fight. I never minded going first.
I know.
But happy to provide Commissioner Plant with good opportunities. That's why. Yeah. I had just a few maybe opening thoughts before we delve into like forecasting and the specifics, and maybe I'll go through those first and then see if you all had similar or any reactions, and then maybe get into the substance of like some of the forecasting issues. So I did want to start out by acknowledging I know this is a new process, and I certainly appreciate those who provided comments and participated here as we really work to ensure this process is effective and serves its purpose. I do believe that we did gain some valuable insights into the company's planning, albeit on a relatively small number of projects in this first skip. I thought the information that was provided was generally done so in a clear and concise way, so I certainly appreciate that. While we have some progress, I still do feel quite frustrated by the process, by what I see as a lack of transparency around upcoming projects, the failure or inability to comply with certain sections of the rules, although I do recognize the time was short in this circumstance. I think in general, a business as usual approach to planning for a system that we expect to be in significant transition with really every other commenter focused on this not being a business as usual time for this industry. And so I think it's important to recognize those. And while this initial filing was a start, I think it's undeniable from my perspective that this filing leaves significant room for improvement in order to achieve the purpose it was intended to serve in ensuring the company is properly forecasting and analyzing alternatives where there would be a benefit to ratepayers as the system enters a period of potential intense transition. Largely, the company appears to utilize its own internal legacy planning processes as a reason they don't have certain information or more accurate cost assumptions. Wave your hands if you lose me. I saw my internet was.
No, we're good. I got you the whole time.
My internet picks the best times. So, you know, to that extent, to me, it's clear that this process was initiated in part to change the planning status quo and to modernize planning and analysis processes to ensure that we're making the best decisions for investment of money on behalf of the ratepayers, given a dramatically changed dynamic and policy environment, and not necessarily to tuck neatly inside of what was already going on or what planning processes were or were not already occurring. You need only look at the throughput and rate projections filed in the Clean Heat Plan to identify that it appears the gas system could potentially face incredible economic challenges, and the task to keep utilization of gas as an affordable heating source for those in our state who must continue to rely upon it looks to be a significant challenge that we need to stay focused on. And so for me in the GIP, I'm squarely focused on affordability for customers as we continue to pursue environmental reliability and safety goals of the system. And it's increasingly clear to me that we have to be providing meaningful oversight in upcoming expenditures on the gas system in a way that acknowledges that the dynamics in the business are likely to change quickly, and investments in this point should be strategic and well thought out to avoid significant affordability challenges in the next several decades, and the possibility that some of those investments are either only useful for a very short amount of time or in the worst case scenario are never needed in the case that capacity increases forecasted do not materialize. And I think that challenge is exacerbated by continuing to plan and continuing to invest ratepayer money without properly acknowledging and analyzing the very difficult choices that could lay ahead. And so the idea that, especially given the concerns around stranded assets, you know, we see a relatively business as usual planning approach is certainly concerning to me. And I did see in most of the comments was also concerning to many of the commenters. Let's see. So to that end, you know, I really think that the company's planning processes must change and must modernize to be more proactive to meet the challenges of this transition. And so that stands in contrast to some of the company's comments, but I did just want to make that point. Also, in the reply comments, the company stated that policy statements on the need to reduce gas consumption and arguing that the company will need to uncouple customer count from population growth and uncouple retail sales and demand from customer count are not issues for this GIP. And for me, the GIP process was largely necessitated by a need to address the other issues the gas utilities and their customers will face through the transition as an accompaniment to the Clean Heat Plan as a result of the major changes in policy affecting the industry, as well as the other price challenges we've seen as gas commodity prices remain volatile, and how that necessarily demands a more proactive planning structure to protect our ratepayers in Colorado. The commission expressed as much in its opening order for the rulemaking, indicating that the CHP approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions will not address all of the issues the gas utilities and its customers will face through the transitions required to meet Colorado's goals. And we therefore propose to introduce new rules that address gas utility planning in this rulemaking. So to me, these are not totally separate concepts, and I implore the company to change its thinking and really see this as an accompaniment to the Clean Heat planning process. Certainly the strategy around greenhouse gas reductions occur in the Clean Heat planning process, but one of the reasons stated by the commission for this process was the dramatic changes we might see in this industry as a result of some of those changes. And so necessarily, I do think those things are relevant here and are worth discussion as we move forward. And I understand the company wants more time for certain things. They want to grow into the forecasting requirements and other areas, as Mr. Mendelson covered. And perhaps they're concerned that things appear to be moving too quickly for their liking. For me, a more relaxed atmosphere around the timing to get these analyses right could perhaps work if it ended up being the shareholders' money on the line, if these investments don't materialize to be necessary for ratepayers. But it's not. I think the standard assumption is that ratepayers will be paying for these infrastructure additions, whether or not they become stranded in the future. So it's completely essential for this commission to utilize this process to the best degree we can to ensure that we're protecting ratepayers as it comes. So I know it's new, it's been a major effort, it feels quite fast, but I certainly feel quite a bit of urgency here because it appears to me both anecdotally and based on rate projections we've seen submitted in the Clean Heat Plan proceeding that we need to be putting significant emphasis on how to keep the system affordable, given the policy objectives and significant costs to maintain the system's safety, even absent any additional load growth. If they are not widely evaluating alternatives to avoid continuing to invest at similar or even increasing levels in the future, the chance this system becomes really devastatingly unaffordable, I think, is very real. And the commission has to acknowledge that ratepayers don't have an infinite ability to absorb the company's financial choices on these investments and be planning in this time of transition in a really smart way. So probably a disappointment for me is I wish I saw that same acknowledgement and urgency from the company in how they are planning and acknowledging how things might be changing in the years to come. So that's just kind of some of my opening thoughts more in total. And as what I saw as, first of all, the urgency and purpose for this, what I still see as the urgency and purpose for this. I'm happy to get into more of the specific forecasting and design date items Mr. Mendelson mentioned, but happy to kick it back to you after just some of those.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Plan. Any opening comments or thoughts you'd like to share or reaction to Commissioner Gilman?
No, I share the concerns of Commissioner Gilman, and also, recognizing this is our first and it's a largely informational GIP, but it gives us the first insight into this process, and as Commissioner Gilman pointed out, it's going to be a critical component of how we move forward and how we can protect ratepayers from unnecessary investments in infrastructure that we know is going to be used to decreasing amounts. So I would just agree with the comments of Commissioner Gilman, and I'd just like to thank Commissioner Gilman for her leadership on this issue, both here in Colorado and also nationally. I mean, I think really considered a national leader on these issues, and I appreciate the time and effort that you're putting into this, and sharing your thoughts with us on how we can do this better here in Colorado. So
yeah, I just echo that. I share your way of framing it, that it's a struggle between the urgency of altering the trajectory of this business versus the fact that it's the first filing, and there's limits to what we may be able to do here. So I just look forward to the conversation, issue by issue, see where we land, and like Commissioner Plant, would echo his comments about your leadership, Commissioner Gilman, both within and outside of Colorado. So with that, Commissioner Gilman, thoughts on design day, man?
Sure. So as we get into forecasting, I think, first of all, it's important to acknowledge that the forecasting submitted here does not comply with the rules. I think there is some ambiguity as well if the first Clean Heat Plan should have happened first with forecasting. And also, as Mr. Mendelson brought up, the time was quite short by the time the rules were finalized and when this filing was submitted. So understood. But I was a little troubled by not really receiving an answer from the company in terms of when they think they can get to compliant forecasting. Certainly, I think it's important to be considering the factors that we weighed and listed within those rules. And so it's an important consideration to ensure that we can get there. And also to look more at how we look at that local disaggregation to ensure that the effects of local building codes, local incentives, and things like that are included in these forecasts in a way that's actually impactful to the actual customers receiving service at the end of whatever pipe is being proposed to be renewed or changed. So as we get into, let's see, it was design day forecast. So certainly I agree that the company has the ultimate responsibility for determining reliability of the system. And but the commission will have the ultimate authority on approving cost recovery. So I think remains critical that these investments be reasonable and prudent, especially considering any relevant trends in temperature and usage. One thing that's clear with regard to design day planning and the company's approach is the company clearly sees assurance that the system can meet performance at a very cold outlier temperature as a critical reliability concern. And based on everything I understand about the system, this is likely accurate. Indeed, the consequences of pressure loss in the worst case could lead to months without gas service in the dead of winter, similar to what the FERC and NERC report indicated nearly happened in New York City during Winter Storm Elliott. And while I understand the specific example was primarily a supply side rather than distribution infrastructure issue, I think it highlights the very significant risk and much more severe consequences of a temporary issue on the gas system that we face, and why the company is taking such an intense focus on the reliability here. And this is what we have with the system. And I'd recommend that we recognize in our decision the inherent need to plan the system around these extreme circumstances is somewhat dictated by the type of system, and really, I think, a pretty significant risk if we don't plan properly. To the larger issue of the appropriateness of the design day assumptions, we have 23M-0092G open now. Its intent was to look at investigating what the different gas utilities in the state were utilizing for their design day conditions, and to better understand those, and especially served as a forum to be able to compare those from utility to utility. So for me, that venue is well suited to make additional progress in providing a forum for stakeholders and the commission to continue to better understand how each utility establishes and utilizes their design temperature or conditions for the max system capacity needs, and to perhaps probe more into best practices and how this is done elsewhere. I do say that considering Colorado has one of the more mature policy environments for gas transition, so I'm not entirely sure what we will be able to find elsewhere, but still would suggest that we do have that venue already. If we chose to use that, I know different commenters expressed a lot of interest in understanding this issue better. We did some investigations here within that proceeding, and then, in all honesty, got too busy because this got filed and there were other things going on here. But to the extent that there is more interest in continuing to probe and have a forum for discussion and look at evaluation of other best practices, that might be a very reasonable venue in which to have those discussions.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to what Commissioner Gilman has pointed out. I think that her core point about the authority for reliability is an important one, but we also need to maintain our responsibility on to what extent we may be overbuilding a system when we know that we have trends that are pointing in a different direction, and that's the only thing I would mention. But I agree with the comments, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, it's I largely do, and I just in response to the decision item in front of us, I'd ask that the company get to roll compliance on forecasting including consistency with involving building codes by the next skip, with a request to the company to be transparent about specific calculations and methodologies as conservation advocates asked for. And I'd also echo the comment about how the company has responsibility for reliability, but as Commissioner Gilman said, we have responsibility for cost recovery. So it's a conversation. So does that give you what you need on that issue, Mr. Mendelson?
I just want to clarify. So the commission wants to rule that that we're going to take the design date up more formally in the 23M 0092G proceeding, and that will be the decision of the commission.
What language would you like to see in that, Commissioner Gilman? For me, I just want to make sure this is done right by the next GIP. Would you like to see that docket be used to ensure that that happens?
Well, so there's a bunch of issues under kind of probably the heading of forecasting. I think design day is just one discrete one of those. And I think that's the only one you got to an intro of, maybe, Mr. Mendelson. So with regard to design day, I see 0092G as a appropriate forum, given that people want more information and want to investigate this more. And then I would expect it to be taken up in the 2025 GIP, you know, and it'll be a point of discussion in that adjudicated GIP, similar to how it was here. But I think the company and the commission will have the benefit of having had that forum and having essentially interveners in that proceeding who are much more knowledgeable about some of the base information and rationale and an investigation of best practices.
And what would you like to see in the order in this case in regard to that ancillary M docket?
I think we can just indicate that we see that as an appropriate forum to continue these discussions up until it appears in the 2025 GIP, if that works.
Okay, I'm good with that. And I assume you're okay with that, Commissioner Plant?
Yes.
All right, let's keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay. The next issue is customer count and peak usage per customer. The company explains that it serves over 1.2 million accounts and operates in just over half of the 64 counties in the state, including transportation to other LDCs. Public Service projects by its reference case that its residential customers will grow in nearly 1% each year of the GIP forecast period through the 28-29 heating season. Commercial customers are projected to grow in number by roughly 0.25% per year, and overall customer count is projected to go about at 0.9%. The company conducted low and high sensitivities as required, and those are expected to shift the reference case values between 0.1% and 0.3% per year. One component of the rules, section 4731A1E, is particularly relevant to both customer count and peak usage per customer. This section of the rules requires gas utilities to include: 1, the effect of current and enacted state and local building codes; 2, changes in line extension policies and the associated potential impact on gas customer growth; 3, building electrification programs or incentives offered by local electric utilities or local or federal entities that overlap with the gas utilities service territory; 4, the price of electricity, the price elasticity of demand; and 5, other known factors affecting sales and capacity needs. CA notes that the company's GIP and CHP forecasts of customer additions are quite different. The CHP provides customer forecasts that indicate declining customer additions in its emission targets and electrification only scenarios, while the GIP scenarios track well above in customer growth. The UCA argues that despite commission guidance that the GIP work in conjunction with its CHP, Public Service only offers forecasts that contemplate growth. The commission should require not just low and high forecasts of various parameters, but also forecasts that reflect decreases in customer count and capacity requirements, according to the UCA. CA generally agrees with UCA and contends that GIP's demands and customer count forecast highlights a weakness in the company's approach by not meaningfully considering the company's GHG obligations under SB 21-264 or state and local policies and market forces that are likely to reduce gas customer and load growth relative to historic trends. CA also argues the company's customer management module, or CMM, only reflects historical demand reductions from the company's DSM programs. It does not project future demand reductions from DSM measures, and that forecasted residential use per customer should incorporate the meaningful emission reductions expected in the CHP target. CA contends the company must uncouple gas customer count from population growth, and to do so by encouraging building developers to construct all-electric buildings. CA argues that when fully considering federal and state incentives, as well as avoided gas connection charges, and all-electric construction can save home builders an average of $5,600 relative to a mixed fuel home. CEO says the company has never maintained the information required in Rule 4731A1E at the scale that is required or have the tools to satisfy the rule. CEO says now is an excellent time to have commission staff lead a series of technical workshops, perhaps next summer, to address the forecasting process and to potentially develop a gas system planning tool that meets the needs of the GIP. Public Service counters the concept of uncoupling customer count from population growth and customer count from retail sales and peak demand requirement are not issues for this GIP. They say we are not litigating the clean heat plan here, and that proceeding needs to be concluded in order to inform future GIPs. The company also responds that the customer count forecast used in the GIP is nearly a year old and predates the forecast used in the CHP. While not a direct input into the capacity planning process, the company does have a decreasing energy intensity in its sales forecast, though it's not related to any specific codes, policies, or standards. And it is reasonable to expect the company to uncouple customer count growth from population growth in the future, but there was limited information available at the time the customer count forecast for the GIP was developed. The company does not include speculative or proposed policies that might develop in the future in its base case, as that would not be a prudent planning practice. At this point, advisors would like to note that in the CHP proceeding, the company generally declined to provide more granular forecasts required under the new rules, suggesting it intends to fulfill the rule requirement for the 2027 CHP, according to its supplemental direct testimony of the company's Mr. Goodenough. As we understand the company's position, a fully compliant forecast would not be embedded in the GIP until the 2029 application. Advisors would also like to point out that due to the array of legislative policies and commission proceedings, including the DSM and BE strategic issues, plan proceedings, the CHP proceeding, and this and future GIP proceedings, the company will have numerous DSM and BE programs and initiatives that may make it difficult to comprehend how these efforts overlap, complement, or compete with one another. For example, there is no reliable supply curve for DSM and BE in this GIP record. How much additional incentive, either in dollars or percent of total costs, is expected to induce incremental participation into DSM and BE programs. And somewhat related to this point, per the Commission's DSM and BE strategic issues order, decision C-230413, Commission required an updated potential study due in the next SI proceeding, expected in 2025. Accordingly, the Commission may want to consider how the SI proceeding, and that study in particular, may impact or be relevant to the company's next GIP proceeding, also expected in 2020. I'll pause here for your discussion to provide a recommendation.
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mendelson, for laying that out. And certainly, to me, a scenario that does not include compliant forecast until 2029 and the GIP falls far short of my expectations on how this process goes and how the company evolves their planning and forecasting processes. So I would certainly like to communicate that the Commission expects a fully compliant forecast no later than the next GIP, which will be filed in 2025. I certainly agree with you. I think the inclusion of supply curves, looking at DSM and BE measures would be very helpful here, as well as a process to perhaps get the stakeholders together to really evaluate what is necessary for forecasting. I was underwhelmed in the public comment hearing that we held with the company when I pressed them on forecasting. You know, I thought perhaps this was just too close to the rules, or they're waiting for a clean heat plan or whatever. And upon asking, well, when will it be ready? When will the company be able to disaggregate locally and look at all of these different factors that are listed within the rule, like local building codes and incentives and elimination of line extension allowances that we now have after Senate Bill 291. There wasn't really a response about when that would happen, and that doesn't work for me. We need to understand that we'll have compliant forecasting within the next GIP, so I think that's an essential outcome to hear. You know, I see that we could use perhaps an M docket as an idea I'd like to suggest to the two of you. I think there are at least 3 discrete issues that I see as being necessary to get some additional traction and stakeholder work on prior to the next GIP to ensure that we can move this process along quicker and modernize these processes more thoroughly and with more buy-in along the way. Forecasting is one of those areas that I see very much related to CEO's suggestion to hold a series of workshops. I would just house it within an M docket so we can track that information, perhaps bring in other experts and best practices on how is forecasting going in other areas with perhaps similar demands, so that we can continue to move this situation along and have compliant forecasts by the time we get to the next GIP. Let's see if I had, you know, I mean, just to hit on it really quickly, like the forecasting underpins this whole thing. You know, if the company is projecting capacity needs, it's because they are projecting certain growth in capacity in certain areas. But if those certain areas have building codes that either prefer or require electrification, like we see in certain parts of the state, if they have, you know, very generous incentives for electrification, then all of these things begin to pile up in a way that you cannot just copy out the growth patterns you've seen in the past, paste them in the future, and dole it out by county by DOLA statistics, which to my understanding is what is being done. It's just quite simply no longer an acceptable method to anticipate what will happen in the future. The company needs to be able to understand, even in a localized manner, how these different changes in building codes will impact the growth they'll see on the system. Because in some cases, the growth trend may already be receding. And we just don't know that because we don't have any sort of analysis or forecasting here that considers these very real factors that would have an influence. And if we're not forecasting appropriately, that just raises the risk that we're investing in infrastructure that is not needed or will never become needed because the capacity doesn't materialize, perhaps. So I see this as really essential. It underpins even when you go into an NPA analysis, your NPA analysis of how quickly you can bring on, you know, or I guess bring off the load to meet the need is predicated on how quickly they see the need growing. So the forecast is the basis of almost everything here. And it's essentially we get it right. It's essentially we get it right by the 2025 GIP. And so I would suggest we use an M docket, not necessarily saying it'd be like the commissioners in everything, but we would have some leeway there to either have advisory staff or our trial staff lead those processes with stakeholders so that we really get somewhere meaningful and we can rely upon what we'll get in the 2025 GIP to be much more useful and compliant with the rules.
Commissioner Plant.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree with that. I find it just really surprising that, you know, the local policies, codes, state policies really have not been incorporated at all in these projections. And Commissioner Gilman, in terms of the M docket, are you thinking that the M docket would be specific to forecasting, or just mentioning forecasting now because that's what we're on? Or do you think that there would be a few different things within that M docket?
To preview its forecasting, cost benefit analysis handbook, and mapping requirements. But we didn't talk about the other ones yet.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what I thought. I thought maybe you were just saying forecasting because we hadn't gotten to the other ones yet, but we'll just kind of think of the M docket as being a bucket, and we'll start filling it.
A progress mechanism to get where we need to get with a few of these things.
Yeah.
I'm supportive. I've been probably with less understanding, frustrated with the forecasting process that we've seen, and appreciate trying to get more clarity before the next 2025 GIP. So I'm supportive of the M docket, and maybe we could use the new one instead of the old one to comprehensively get this right. But I'm supportive too.
Does that mean you want to move the design day discussion into a new one as part of this?
Yeah, that's probably what I do. Let's not have multiple M dockets floating around with potentially inconsistent, schedules and overlapping issues. Let's just get one M docket to try and get the 2025 GIP right, would be my suggestion. Does that make sense to you?
I think it's workable. I mean, and we can just move. I do think there's valuable information in there that's like still available, and we can move it. I think we'll just have to think about how we run these in terms of what structure, who has the time, how will we do it, in terms of like how we should structure it.
All right. You want to move to the next issue, Mr. Mendelson? It seems like we've already discussed it in some detail. So I guess Commissioner Gilman, are you seeing this M docket replacing the technical workshops that CEO posed on the building codes and practice, or would you let that go separately?
I suggested that it be the venue for all of those workshops and discussions, so it all is located in one place. And look, I think critically the commission has better oversight and understanding on how far we're progressing and how quickly to ensure that we're actually getting to where we need to get by the 2025 GIP filing.
So, Mr. Mendelson, does that give you what you need on? I think that's a 3-0 vote on the next decision item. So, can we skip to geographic segmentation?
Yeah, there's. I'm sorry, I've organized the presentation slightly differently but there's one last issue that relates to forecasting, and that was as raised by CEO. The CEO asked the commission to clarify how many forecasts are required under the rule and what information is required in which forecast. For example, CEO states it's not clear whether a utility is required to present 2 forecasts, one that presents the required information at the system level by pressure district, and a separate forecast that presents the required information disaggregated by customer class and by pressure district. Additionally, Rule 4731 could be read to require a utility present 4 distinct forecasts: system level by district, customer class level, and customer class level by district, according to the CEO. And just for background, the relevant component of the rule is 4731B, which says forecasts should be disaggregated by pressure district, unique planning zones requiring a distinct design day or other geographical segmentation as appropriate.
So, Commissioner Gilman, if we have more to add to this, should we just have it come out of the M docket, or you want to try and add something to this order now, providing further guidance on that issue?
No, I mean, I think this would be a ripe discussion within the M docket. As the commission envisioned the concept of pressure district or the geographically segregated and operated portion of the system, we communicated that we certainly first saw that as being between the regulator station and city gate level in terms of granularity. The company was quite opposed to the regulator station level and that they saw that as too many forecasts. Certainly I didn't envision that would be done at the county level, which is what we're seeing right now, which I think is too broad to necessarily be effective, especially with some of these local issues that may only affect a portion of the county and not a portion of the county. So I think we can certainly consider that in the M docket. You know, and you might have different levels of granularity necessary in these areas with more aggressive incentives or building codes that necessitate a much bigger change kind of in planning than you do in areas with perhaps more homogeneous policies where you don't see these sort of sea changes happening already. So I think it's not a one size fits all situation. There needs to be some good judgment used here in terms of what conditions really necessitate forecasting for an area that varies quite a bit from, you know, business as usual or the status quo that we've seen. I also think, you know, part of what I want to do today is not just lay out kind of the next steps on where we can probably go for the next GIP, but, you know, provide the company with what we see as a vision as we go forward. And I think it's possible the granularity of those changes over time as we adapt to the needs, the planning needs of the system, you know, and it's possible those become more granular, first of all, as the company figures out how to do that and gets better at the data, as we see new and different policies crop up in different sections of the state that need to be addressed and planned for. You know, and really as we get more information into kind of the economics of the system as we move forward and need to kind of see at a more granular level as it affects individual projects. So, but I see the M docket as a good place to look at the next steps of forecasting at large, which could include this concept, you know, and I think a good opportunity for the company to work with stakeholders to ideally come to some common understandings before getting into the next GIP, so that we're litigating fewer things, which everyone likes.
So I think what I'm hearing, Mr. Mendelson, is maybe you can include Commissioners Gilman's framing of that in the order. You know, counties too broad, regulator station may be too granular, and will rely on the M docket to figure it out. You know, consistent with what we're seeing, you know, in local building codes in other areas. So is that enough for you to put in the order?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Anything to add to that, Commissioner Plant? All right, I think geographic segmentation, or does that get us through G?
I think that's covered, yes.
Right.
So the next main topic area is investment subject to GIP review. The GIP rules require a general reporting of large capital investments referred to as planned projects of over $3 million in 2020 for utilities of public services size. The first issue I'll raise is the dollar value threshold. The company presented a total of 15 planned projects over the GIP period, 6 safety and integrity projects, 8 capacity expansion, 1 mandatory relocation, and no new business projects. The total investment covered under the GIP filing is projected to cost $69 million, of which 47% will be incurred in 2023, or the application year. The company indicates an additional $19 million is expected to be invested in capacity expansion projects in 2029, the year after the GIP analysis period. The Commission requested the company forecast its investment totals, assuming there is no further load growth on the system, to which the company indicated it is unable to make such a projection. Public Service states, at a minimum, this exercise would require a thorough review of all budgeted investments associated with natural growth, as well as discrete new business service requests. The company also provided more information in response to a Commission request of how many projects would be generally reported in the GIP if the threshold was lowered to $2 million or even $1 million. The data showed that if the threshold were lowered to 1 million, the number of projects would increase from 15 to 56, and the total dollars under GIP review would increase to 132 million. Numerous parties complain that the 15 projects presented in the GIP represent a tiny fraction, less than 4% of the company's planned capital expenditures, given that the company has a typical annual capital budget of approximately $500 million or just below per year. Staff raised concerns that the company's initial GIP does not reference the Mountain Energy Capacity Expansion Project, even though it informed the commissioner of such back in December 2022, and the likely magnitude of investment expected under that project. Meanwhile, staff notes the company has begun a stakeholder process for the Mountain Energy Capacity Expansion Project to discuss non-pipeline analyses and other details. Staff suggested the commission delve further into this matter. UCA suggests the problem stems from the $3 million threshold from Rule 4551F. They note that 8 capacity expansion projects amounted to just $39.2 million, and that another 10 additional capacity expansion projects between $1 and $3 million are expected to cost an additional $16.6 million. UCA argues the absence of these projects between $1 and $3 million from this plan creates an accountability problem for this commission to have a meaningful understanding of what capital investment will be required. UCA suggests lowering the dollar amount established in 4551F to $1 million threshold via a new rulemaking proceeding. Advanced Energy United reminds the commission that GIP Rule 4553A3C requires that the utility include as capacity expansion projects not just individual projects, but also sets of interrelated facilities needed to maintain system reliability and meet specified capacity expansion need. United also notes that this section of the rules requires distinction between growth of existing customers and new customers at facilities that are not otherwise in the new business category. According to United, given how interrelated the gas system is, particularly in localized areas such as pressure districts, it is very surprising and concerning if multiple projects are occurring in the same year but are not identified as sets of interrelated facilities needed to maintain system reliability. Public Service responds to staff's concerns regarding the Mountain System project, claiming that it's an example of a project that was too early in the company's planning process to be included in the initial GIP, and that the company has identified an existing and forecasted capacity shortfall in several of the company's load centers in the Mountain System, and it's in the process of considering MPA portfolios as potential options for long-term solutions. The company also claims that the limited capital investment subject to GIP review is partially a function of the fact that this is a new process, which only included planned projects that started in 2023 or later. Public Service contends that if GIP reporting included planned projects that started prior to 2023, 13 additional projects would have been included in the report with aggregate additional capital expenditures of approximately $107 million. In response to calls to lower the dollar value threshold, Public Service contends the commission carefully weighed during the rulemaking the desire for information with the need to ensure that the GIP process remains manageable, actionable, and efficient for the LDCs. They argue it was never the intent, particularly for litigated GIPs that require commission approval, to require reporting for and approval of all or even a significant portion of the company's gas capital expenditures outside of a rate case. Instead, the focus of the GIP was intended to be on the larger planned projects, providing a form of pre-approval for such projects prior to the filing of a base rate case. Public Service contends that most system safety and integrity investment is considered programmatic or routine, indicating the investment is ongoing, impromptu, and small in dollar amount. They also argue, in addition to relitigating topics from the rulemaking, the practical impact of adjusting the planned project cost threshold would increase the number of planned projects, but would not meaningfully change the amount of capital expenditures as a share of total gas system capital investment. Total CapEx captured would still represent a fraction of total of the overall total due to the ongoing nature of the work. They also argue that the commission should let the company's next litigated GIP play out in 2025. They also suggest that the company's new internal division focused on Integrated system planning is expected to result in reporting of more projects greater than 3 million. Public Service explains that its ISP teams are, for example, currently working on multi-year plans associated with programs of work and will be able to proactively provide additional visibility to larger projects within its next litigated GIP filing. The company claims this will likely yield far more insights into projects and planned expenditures by category in future filings than through adjustments to the GIP rules or imposition of other requirements. I'll pause here for your deliberation.
Commissioner Gellman.
Yeah, thanks. So clearly this was a point of frustration among the commenters, but, you know, as well as among me in looking at investments that we do or don't see represented in the GIP, especially when we've seen in some other proceedings, you know, capital expenditure forecasts that then didn't show up in the GIP. And so it, you know, it's been tough to figure out kind of where this comes from and what the root of this is. The dollar threshold is one trigger, obviously, and the other is essentially this planning horizon that the company is working on in terms of what they see as the threshold to report a project in terms of how mature either their cost estimates or scoping is for the project. So I agree that that's been a frustrating circumstance. So I know we have a rulemaking proceeding coming with regard to rate cases. So I just wanted to re-raise my idea that projects that do not go through the GIP, understandably, some projects may not go through the GIP. That's possible, but that shouldn't be a means to avoid kind of the analysis scrutiny of the project to take it straight to a rate case. And so I would expect any project that should have appeared in a GIP from a dollar perspective and did not receive the same type of analysis as we move into rate cases. And perhaps the rulemaking that we'll be getting into with regard to rate cases might be an appropriate venue to raise this issue so that we can understand what, you know, kind of what the carrot or the stick is here. If projects are just claimed to not be mature enough to appear in the GIP, and then we kind of run out the clock on being able to evaluate NPAs, that's not an ideal situation. So I certainly want to be sure that on the back end, we have a way to ensure that those projects are receiving the same type of analysis. So that's one thought that I just wanted to re-raise. And I think the Mountain Energy project is kind of a prime example of a project that it certainly appears should have shown up in this GIP with proper information and an NPA analysis. Instead, you know, this project that was anticipated more than a year ago was not identified as a project in the GIP, apparently because it's not sufficiently scoped, despite the company over a year ago expressing a need for the project, saying they have a current and future need, and having thought in late 2022, they would likely apply for a CPCN in the first half of 2023. Yet at the end of the first half of 2023, there's not enough information about the project to put it in a GIP. So that's certainly frustrating, and trying to figure out like what's going on with the internal planning processes and why we don't see such a major project showing up here. You know, and I worry that valuable time was lost in being able to evaluate NPAs for that project in whatever has transpired over the last year. So I'm encouraged that the company is now seeking NPAs for that project, although I'd be much more encouraged if there was any transparency around the project and we could see more details and see that NPA in a GIP, like I think should have been provided here. Certainly hope that they encounter a lot of willing partners in the area, as I know a lot of the mountain towns have very aggressive climate and electrification goals. And, you know, I'm not 100% sure if the NPA pursuit was a result of the company's own intention or perhaps of what they encountered when they started bringing up this project. But, you know, I you know, what sort of reporting or what should go on around this project, since I still remain pretty baffled why it wasn't in the GIP. But certainly hope that progresses and that the company is working in earnest on NPA analysis and then on NPA, scoping and implementation for that project. So I think it would be helpful if we talk about if there's any reporting that should go on. I wish I had a bright idea of exactly what the reporting should be. I'm just incredibly frustrated to see this, year-old known need still not scoped or estimated in a process that was intended to shed light on just that. The only other item here I wanted to talk about is with regard to new business project, or with regard to routines. That's another area where we don't see things really showing up in the GIP, because the individual kind of things in these routines or programs don't tick over the 3 million. So the failed meter lots or whatever it might be is an example of that. So just wanted to test if you all think it would be reasonable to, under the defined programmatic expense, we had kind of an open definition where we already identified coils in there, but could identify additional things. So I think it certainly would be possible for this commission to determine that if a routine, either within a year or within the entire scope period, is over the 3 million, then that routine should show up and should be provided some information about it as a significant expense within the GIP. As of right now, those things are invisible because each individual tick doesn't get you over 3 million. And so although the program as a whole is that expensive, we're not seeing those things show up. And then one thought on new business projects. Sorry, I'm just rattling it all off. I don't know. We're covering more in a clip than I expected. So with regard to new business projects, it was pointed out that very few, if any, of these are going to exceed the $3 million mark, and they tend to be rather last minute. So I know during the rulemaking, CEO and in part the company suggested that those are evaluated in the clean heat plan. My resistance to that at the time was, if these are so last minute, it makes little sense to go to a process with a longer cadence in order to review them. But, I largely, I think, see that suggestion now more as like a tracking and reporting rather than kind of in real time review type situation. So I think, that might be our only shot to get any visibility into these types of projects and kind of what avoidance was done or alternatives were evaluated and to what degree the utility was involved in that. So I think that might be something logical to continue discussing in the clean heat plan, as we're clearly not getting them in the GIP with the dollar threshold as it is. So that might be an avenue to at least get some visibility into what's going on there. So maybe I'll stop there. I gave you a lot just to see what thoughts you have on what I covered.
Yeah, let me just jump in for a sec, Commissioner Plant. So I'm supportive of putting your frustrations and concerns in the order, and I definitely support, at least for reporting purposes, whether it's routines, programs, portfolios, trying to get additional visibility into this, and share your concern about the mountain projects. It's it's too soon, and then all of a sudden it's too late. So I definitely want to see that flagged in the order. But while we're on this, just to see if we can knock out other issues, there's a request, and you mentioned planning horizons. There's a request for a 10-year planning horizon. Are you okay keeping the current approach for now, or would you like to see the planning horizon? If we could just decide that issue as part of this discussion, that'd be great.
I'm okay keeping it as it is. I think we need to get this process to function as it is with the planning horizon. I mean, we're not even getting projects in 2 years to show up in the GIP, given what the company's saying. So I practically increasing it from 6 to 10 years probably gets absolutely nothing to show up until we really get this going. That to say, like, I'm sure this process will evolve over time in the long term, and then it would be great to look out further. But my priority is to get this process to work more or less how it's crafted in that respect. So I'm fine maintaining the 6-year time horizon that we have at this point in time.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I would agree with all that. And just for clarification, Commissioner Gilman, on the portfolio approach, would if we're looking at, for example, an aggregate $3 million cost for addressing any sort of a constraint, would that allow some of these projects that are maybe individually below to show up? Is that sort of the intention? Or
yeah, so there's two concepts here. The first is, say you have a new business situation, increases capacity requirements upstream, and then you've got this like string of projects. It's all actually related to the same purpose, is to serve the same end, but they are like somewhat individual projects. I guess they're individual pieces of pipe or whatever. I mean, we expressed as much in the conclusion of the rulemaking that we would expect those to be bundled and to show up as a project, because they have, I don't want to say a singular purpose, but they're necessitated by the same need and they solve the same problem, working in concert together, and are all necessary to work in concert together. And so I would reinforce that idea that the commission has already expressed prior to this GIP. It's hard to say if they did or didn't do that, like if they ignored that direction or not, because we didn't see any show up. I don't know. Is it because they didn't exist, or is it because they didn't put them in? But certainly I would reinforce the idea that these related projects to serve the same purpose, even if individually are below the 3 million, if when you add them up as one master project, they should show up. The other concept is routines or kind of programs. So a prime example would be like the failed meter lot, where the company has a plan to go out and replace, I think it's over 200,000 gas meters based on some failed sampling. And so that is individually each meter, no, it's a few $100s. But in total, if you get to over 3 million, it is one project, it's one purpose. It does occur in disparate locations, but I think it's important that a program of that size that is over the 3 million still receive this sort of review. And I think there are different types of programs that fit in. That's just one example. So I would say like a programmatic expense or a routine, which I've seen the company commonly refer to a lot of these things as, that in aggregate is over 3 million. I think we can debate, is that 3 million per year or is it over the planning horizon? And the feedback on that. But that should show up. Those shouldn't be invisible, because they're the type of size investments that we were saying we were interested in. And so it's important to understand where the money's going and why, and and are there any alternatives to that?
So those are really contextual to the rule, and don't require any sort of rule change. It's just an application of the rule in a certain way.
That's what we had provided in like the closing decision with regard to the cascade of projects to serve one need. We referenced this in the closing decision from the GIF. Yeah, kind of as an elaboration on what we intend to be in there. With regard to the planned programmatic expenses and kind of including this in there, the definition of that in the rule specifically lists like coils and I think one other purpose, but it says or those directed by the commission. So I would certainly anticipate that we have leeway there to say under a broader definition, we see this. I think it was troubling to me, like we didn't see the failed meter lots show up at all, even though we all knew it was this expense that's out there. That is part of an important capital planning. But I think because that definition is read in such a way and the commission hadn't yet said you need to include these other things, we didn't see it show up. So I just want to be clear that I don't think these things should be invisible. I think they should be showing up in the GIP under that definition. And, as to how it's written, I would certainly anticipate that we could order that here.
Yeah, agree.
All right. So I think, Mr. Mendelson, that gets us through investment thresholds, planning horizon, and maybe a little bit reporting. So I'd propose we jump for now, skip community outreach and the rest of reporting and go to MPA analysis, and then maybe come back to the rest, or do you think that won't work? Or Commissioner Gilman, did you have something else to add?
I was going to add something, but Mr. Mendelson was going to speak to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I could just clarify, on proposals by parties to reduce the $3 million threshold, I'm not sure if we had a clear vote on that.
I will defer to Commissioner Gilman, but I think the desire is to see reporting. I think we're going to change the definite. We're going to expand what gets submitted for reporting purposes. We're going to express concern that we're missing investment that matters. And I don't think we're going to suggest the specific threshold, but Commissioner Gilman, would you say it different?
No, I think that's fine. Yeah, I did just want to address, since I know we had many commenters looking to change that project threshold. Well, I'm probably as disappointed as them that we didn't see kind of more representation of projects in here. I'm not convinced that that is kind of the sole or even primary issue. I think it's this planning horizon issue and what shows up and when and why. And I think we have maybe some ability to address that through rate cases in terms of what scrutiny projects receive there if they don't go through the GIP. So I don't see it as necessary to change the cost threshold at this point in time. I will point out though, and I had some questioning on this in the public comment hearing, a little disturbed by a lot of the project details in terms of the stage gate process and the communicated kind of level of certainty around pricing on projects, even months in advance, many being at plus or minus 30%, plus or minus 50%. I mean, I don't know any construction projects that work like that months in advance, you can still not be sure to the degree of 50% what the cost is. It also raises an interesting question that is related to the cost threshold question in terms of if a bunch of projects are $2.9 million, but have an uncertainty threshold of plus or minus 50%, they in many cases could be fairly significantly over the $3 million mark. I don't think there's anything we necessarily do about that right now, except potentially express some concern around improving the certainty of these cost estimates. I mean, it's just kind of in the bucket of being more proactive about planning and progressing these planning processes such that we have more financial certainty about these projects more in advance, because I was just pretty surprised by the lack of certainty on those planning estimates for the projects that were submitted within here, and certainly suppose some projects may be just below the threshold, but may actually end up over the threshold in practice because of the wide band of uncertainty around many of these projects.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
It does. Yeah. I just want to confirm. So we're going to reject the request to change the $3 million threshold, but we're also going to require that routine and programmatic investment is reported under defined programmatic expense.
Yeah, I'd say it a little more nuanced. I think we share the concerns, but we're going to decline to adopt in this case a specific number, but echo and adopt the concerns. So
with regard to the defined programmatic expense, do you all see that expense, like when you have a routine that's above 3 million, do you all think that should be for the entirety of the planning horizon? or what kind of time bind would you put on that in order to qualify it?
I would, given that we're seeing just a small single-digit percentage of the overall capital costs. I think, at least for reporting purposes, we need to see more. So yeah, I would do it over the planning horizon. But Commissioner Plant, do you see it different?
No, I was just gonna say, I don't think doing it another way would make any sense. If what we're doing is trying to evaluate planning, you want to look at the entire horizon, so.
So, and you would like to, the commission ruled on, the planning horizon issue of, the request.
Yeah, I think we resolved that. We're going to just keep it as it is and decline to adopt the 10-year approach from United.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was a different question, Mr. Mendelson. We were discussing what all projects we expect to be reported under the defined programmatic expense as being any routine or program with in aggregate 3 million or more in expenditures over the gift planning horizon.
Okay.
So that's why planning horizon came up with.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next main topic area is the company's NPA analysis, where I'll start with projects subject to NPA evaluation. In this initial GIP filing, the company was required to select 5 new business and/or capacity expansion projects for an alternative analysis. But that was a preliminary value specifically for the commission's initial filing. The rules were designed in a manner that allows the commission to set the number of NPAs for the next GIP filing. Admittedly, the language is a little confusing. In Rule 4553 C1P, the commission referred to any alternatives analysis ordered by the commission for inclusion in future filings pursuant to paragraph 4552G, while in 4553 CIQ, the commission simply requested an alternatives analysis for all relevant new business and capacity expansion programs, unless the company could justify why such analysis is not suitable. Accordingly, the commission will have to give the direction on the number and applicability of alternative analysis for the company's next GIP. United argues that as many projects as possible of all categories, both small and large, should receive NPA screening and analysis, with the broadest number of potential NPA solutions considered for each project to improve the chances of selecting the most cost-effective solutions. United suggests the commission should consider NPAs in areas independent of otherwise planned capacity. For example, if a leak or safety repair would require significant work in a neighborhood that is rapidly electrifying, the company may find that it is more cost-effective to assist the remaining gas customers with home electrification in order to avoid the capital expenditures related to pipeline repair. CEO contends safety and integrity projects should be eligible for NPA rules, given that the Pearl Street Mall project includes some PHMSA requirements, those federal safety requirements, and additional projects in the future may have similar characteristics, although not all safety projects may be feasible for such analysis. CA agrees with CEO and suggests some safety and integrity projects appear to be related to capacity expansion or driven by operating pressures that could possibly be reduced by NPAs that reduce the throughput or number of customers in certain segments of the system. CA comments that public service should conduct a comprehensive but tailored analysis to ensure that GIPs identify the best NPA opportunities, regardless of project budget or categorization. They also contend that while it makes sense to start with evaluation of capacity expansion and new business projects in this initial GIP, other categories of projects, such as vintage pipe replacement, should be considered for NPA analysis in the future, especially where zonal electrification projects could eliminate the need for categories like safety and integrity projects by decommissioning the affected assets. One example they point out is the Clarkson Street Main Renewal Phase 2 project, which the company intends to depreciate over 72 years, which is simply incompatible with meeting climate targets. CA had specific comment recommendations on each of the NPA evaluations, which I'll discuss below. Public Service responds that the Commission should continue to limit NPA considerations to capacity expansion and new business plan projects as required by the rules. They suggest that for the 2025 GIP, the Commission should not require more than 5 NPAs as part of the filing, with the option for the company to provide more should it choose, and to approve the company's NPA suitability screening criteria for project eligibility. The company claims it was challenging to identify 5 suitable projects, and they should be given time to grow into this process. With respect to calls for NPA evaluation of system and of safety and integrity projects, the company contends changes to existing rule requirements are not appropriate at this juncture. Nevertheless, they state where a planned project is both safety and capacity expansion, project, it will be screened through the NPA suitability screening criteria. And in response to United's arguments to consider zonal electrification to solve a pipe repair, the company responds that a pipeline repair would be required to remediate this safety risk in a timely manner. For zonal electrification, an NPA achievable portfolio would require electrification of all heating and non-heating gas loads by all customers connected to a specific portion of the company's gas system. If one customer or even one appliance remains on gas service, the pipeline would need to remain intact, and the project would need to be pursued. I'll pause here for your deliberation on NPA evaluation and whether they should be expanded to more project types and or more than 5 projects.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, well, with the benefit of seeing this play out, I find myself strongly agreeing with the conservation advocates, United and others, that our NPA analysis must capture more projects in order to ensure we're analyzing those that are the most appropriate for replacement by alternatives. I was honestly encouraged by the NPAs we saw, and I think some of the adjustments that we'll probably discuss and talk about that likely even boost the economics of the alternative over the infrastructure investment. And so I'm encouraged by that and daunted by all those out there that might also be very good candidates that we just have not yet been able to analyze through this process. So in that vein, several things concern me about proceeding into the next GIP without that GIP including safety integrity projects as candidates for NPA analysis. First off, as several interveners have pointed out and evidenced in the study completed by Lawrence Berkeley National Labs and their consultants, there are categories of work within the very large safety and integrity umbrella for which alternatives could and likely should be considered. Not all. No one's suggesting that an immediate safety concern has to undergo an extensive analysis and delay. But projects like MAYOP projects should rightfully be candidates for NPAs if an NPA could reasonably satisfy the need and avoid the infrastructure investment aiding in affordability for ratepayers. The second issue that the company points to just in this filing, and one that I at least didn't understand or was not aware of in the rulemaking, that there's a rather amorphous boundary between projects of different types. We see an asset health category show up with significant amounts of those expenditures getting thrown into the safety and integrity bucket, as well as multiple projects that bleed between potential categories so that it's difficult to understand when and by whom these decisions are being made. Rather than open them all up to second guessing, I think a simple structure to weed out infeasible projects of any type, like those needed for immediate safety concerns or those that could not possibly be satisfied by an NPA, would allow us to more properly ensure we're doing our due diligence for customers by ensuring that any reasonable project is analyzed. Further, with safety integrity making up a full 2/3 of the company's expenditures, and we're now beginning to see even in other proceedings the trajectory of anticipated investment in that area, it's clear that not only is safety and integrity convincingly the largest category of expense, but it will be to an increasing degree in the future, making its exclusion for public services next GIP filing counter, I think largely to the intent of the rules. So I think it's critical to see a more widespread analysis of options so that we can truly understand the economic options for this system. And, you know, we could even work within that same docket to look better at a process flow. I know the company provided one in this proceeding where they showed kind of what different things would weed out a project and get to a project that's acceptable for an NPA analysis. So whether or not we get to that in an docket, I'd expect that in the next GIP filing to show transparency in terms of what their process was to weed out projects to determine which would be the best for NPA analysis. In that same vein, you know, our initial structure only gets GIP projects and therefore analyzes NPAs for projects over $3 million, given the planned project limit. So I'm not advocating for a change in the planned project limit, which we just hit, but rather that I think we should consider in the totality of our processes and likely as we move into considering more what we expect to see in rate cases, what could or should be provided for those smaller projects so we can be sure of the prudency of the investments, you know, potentially in some very streamlined process just to ensure that there were not far more cost-effective solutions available that we should have been selecting for ratepayers. Let's see. And then, you know, I think it would be helpful in the next GIP filing as well to see the company consider flexibility of the cost to be covered, or at least partially by the gas company for gas-only customers who might electrify. I think it's just an important issue for us to look into more to understand the different options available to customers and how we'll look at decarbonizing all the many parts of the system and what impacts that might have in terms of NPAs in those areas where the company might serve gas only. So I would just hope that we get more analysis of that issue in the next GIP, but not ordering anything specific there.
Yeah, I'm probably not in the same place you are. I think I'm more interested in quality of NPAs and not quantity. I also was less excited by what we saw. I think the one on the Boulder Mall is going to be a really heavy lift where we need something like every one of 60 customers to electrify to move forward. So for me, I'd be cautious about trying to greatly extend what doesn't seem to be a proven approach. It just seems a little premature. I'd say my other concern is we're hearing a lot of timing issues about the company building out infrastructure for both residential and commercial development and now even, I guess, government road infrastructure. And I'm concerned about adding additional analysis requirements before, you know, basic stuff can potentially move forward. So, and, you know, I guess, you know, we're in a informational filing in an M docket with the initial application, you know, with the initial filing, you know, a couple of weeks after our rule. So I'm concerned about, you know, trying to greatly expand the MPA analysis, you know, here in on this record. I guess let's see where you're coming from, Commissioner Plant, and then I'd like to hear from council and advisors what they think, and then I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I largely agree with Commissioner Gilman in that as far as MPA goes. I think that, you know, capturing the most cost-effective MPAs is going to be beneficial, you know, just by definition. One of the things that I am concerned about, though, is the way in which we're calculating cost effectiveness. And I think that there's a lot of costs that are associated with projects in terms of electrification that are not necessarily uniquely attributable to, an MPA. We're increasing, the requirements of the distribution system due to electrification across the board separately from the MPA. And I think that we should be considering in the cost, side of that analysis, only those incremental costs that are specifically attributable to an MPA, as opposed to, electric vehicles and various, other things that are going on that same distribution system. And I didn't see evidence that was being actually separated out.
Well, I strongly support that. We got to get the cost benefit analysis right. And it does seem like we haven't done that yet. Mr. Mendelson, Ms. Rosati, any thoughts on this?
Well, I'd just like to point out that there are kind of two issues here, and I apologize if I muddled it. So one is, would all capacity expansion projects need to require an MPA? Just that type of guidance is expected for the rules. And then I believe Commissioner Gilman was saying an expanded MPA may be needed as a lot of projects overlap across project categories. We could ask the company to indicate which projects have both safety and integrity component to it, as well as capacity expansion, and those would be also subject to an NPA. But perhaps to expand NPA across what I understand Commissioner Gilman was saying is essentially all investment, if I got that right, could be a little burdensome.
Yeah, would you like to clarify your proposal, Commissioner Gilman?
Sure. So my proposal is not at all that every single project gets an NPI. The proposal is that we cast the net wider and set up a meaningful funnel. So you're not just summarily excluding projects before you have any idea what they are or what potential solutions could be deployed to avoid infrastructure, but instead set up a process flow in this funnel that every project enters. If it's an immediate or urgent need, it's out, not acceptable for an NPI. If it's the sort of safety integrity project that could not reasonably be satisfied through an NPA, it's out. I think there are many different off-ramps, just as the company had done to determine which projects they should be evaluating for NPAs in this initial GIP. But that allows you to not just preemptively exclude projects that very well could have promising economics or could work, but instead to have a much more informed and deliberate process to weed out projects for which this should not be analyzed. Cool. It needs to go faster. We don't have the time. There's an immediate safety concern. No, those should not get an NPI, but they would be weeded out of our process. But, by excluding all of those, especially given the information we have now, I think you very well could be excluding projects that could have promising economics and you just wouldn't ever know it. To me, that's certainly not an ideal process. It's not a process that delivers ideal results to ratepayers in terms of getting them, an optimized system cost. So, that's at least my thinking on it, that, you just never know all of those projects that never went through the process. And I'd suggest that in the next skip, we see that, I don't know, I'm calling it a process flow. There is probably some really good word for this, but it's essentially a flow chart. These are all just off ramps for projects for which this is not reasonable or wouldn't work. But you're talking about 2/3 and a growing portion of the investment that we are just saying with very little evidence, and I think new information in this proceeding, actually, there's something to this. Maybe some of them are not acceptable at all, but as I was looking at, I think it was somewhere around 25%, 30% of the safety integrity projects were MIOP projects, which may have capacity reduction as the potential solution. So to me, yeah, look, I don't love having to look at this. I think it's reasonable to look at just for the next filing to say, what does this look like in practice if we implement this? So then we can really understand what do the economics of different projects look like, and get a much better view of how this looks than just saying we know these are all unacceptable when that might not be the case.
So I appreciate that clearer or additional description of the process flow and the funnel, and sort of like where you're going. Don't sort of arbitrarily exclude stuff or options that could have real value. What do you think about given your sort of portfolio routine definition of threshold, that we focus on the more expensive capital intensive projects? So we're not looking at, a $500, we're not trying to do MPAs on $500,000 or smaller investments. So we just really focus on where the larger capital investments are. Any thoughts on how that could modify your funnel process flow thing? Where I'm headed with this is, let's see if we can get 80% of the cost savings with 20% of the effort. Although I hear you with, if large investments are somehow not being reported and included, it's problematic. But any thoughts on that?
When we're talking specific to the gift, we're only talking 3 million and over, right? If we want to ever see like NPAs for smaller projects, that's going to have to come in through rate cases through some streamlined process. I think it's very compelling to avoid the biggest of expenses. They're also the biggest, most gnarly NPA projects, right? So they could be the hardest to execute, and we're pretty new at this. So I don't know that I'm prepared to say we definitively should focus on like the highest one. It's like, go do the hardest thing first and then show us later that. So like, it's compelling from a cost avoidance standpoint, but from like a practical implementation standpoint, it might set the bar so high that we see these projects failing because we are trying to bite off more than we can chew. And we'll see. Hopefully we'll come out of this with some NPAs. We'll know soon. But I don't know. I don't think I'm prepared to say at this point, like I would be preferential to large projects, because just the effort and feasibility to implement could be harder.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I think with the $3 million threshold, Commissioner Gomez, additional explanation of how she views the funnel and the process flow. I know advisors, you guys had some concerns with this in your written materials and in my discussions, or wanted to see this maybe go a different direction. Does Commissioner Gomez's explanation address your concerns? She's convinced me.
I can just clarify, this would be required for the next GIP, or this would be to be discussed in the next GIP?
Commissioner Gomez?
Sorry, my internet's not great. Can you repeat, Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah.
Is this for the next skip, or is it for discussion in the next skip, or required in the next skip?
I would have it for the next skip, required for the next skip for public service. And just for the next skip, let's see how it goes. But to me, this is a more rational way to actually evaluate and protect ratepayers for these upcoming expenses.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree with that.
Mr. Mendelson, before I vote, do you or Ms. Rosati have concerns with that proposal? Or maybe before I dissent. Mr. Mendelson.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear back from the company on the burden that represents what they perceive. But I guess I'm a little concerned that it wasn't, something that was really on the discussion on in the docket in this proceeding. So it'll certainly be. I think we'll definitely hear back from it. It'll be a little controversial. But I'll let Ms. Rosati go.
Ms. Rosati.
Thank you. One additional clarifying question. So this would be kind of a funnel applicable to all projects, including safety and integrity projects.
All projects
over $3 million.
Over $3 million. Yeah. Commissioner Goman.
Yeah.
Okay. I would note that this is a departure from the rules, which require an NTA analysis for new business and capacity expansion projects. And I agree with Mr. Mendelson that I would not recommend it on this record. And I would also offer to follow up with commissioners individually during a break, or if you wanted to continue deliberations next week. But that's my recommendation for the moment.
Commissioner Goman, any response to council?
I mean, just briefly, I would counter the idea that this wasn't brought up or discussed in this proceeding, and that multiple interveners, or they're not interveners in this, whatever they are in an M docket, commenters, multiple commenters suggested that we go in this direction. So this is not coming up out of thin air to include safety and integrity investments in the next skip. But that was an idea put forth and supported by multiple commenters.
Yeah, let me just ask council, just so I understand your concern. I totally get the thing with the record, and beauty's in the eye of the beholder on that one. But are you saying that doing this is inconsistent with the rules, or is there enough flexibility in the rules to do this?
The rules set out alternative analysis for new business and capacity expansion projects. So expanding this to projects that don't fall into those definitions would be an expansion.
Would be, say that again, I lost you.
Would be, broadening what the rules contemplated.
All right, I think we got clear guidance from the commissioners about where we'd like to see this go. I think there's 2 strong votes in favor of expanding it, and I'm probably leaning in favor too. I think Commissioner Gilman was fairly persuasive, but we'll bring this back for next week and have an opportunity for council to speak with all 3 of us and just take this up again next week. So we're now 3.5 hours into this, Mr. Mendelson. If you can accelerate us through the decision-making process, that would be greatly appreciated. I think we've all read your materials, are familiar with the cases, with the comments. So if you can just help frame it up for decision, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I'll do my best. The next subject area is NPA technologies and approaches considered by public service. The company provided a list of efficiency, electrification, and interruptible services that is considered as NPA technologies and approaches. These include high efficiency gas furnaces, attic and wall insulation, air sealing measures, new commercial boilers, and a range of BE options. CA suggests the largest flaw in the company's NPA analysis that they're completely devoid of any discussion of opportunities to electrify new construction. Further, CA suggests the company has fallen short to assess gas demand response meaningfully and reminds the Commission that it found that after 2 years of implementation, the company has put forth no concrete ideas on program changes or new or different concepts, display explicit prompting from the Commission in various forums with respect to demand response. CA suggests that all new electric construction represents one of the most cost-effective ways to meet clean heat emission goals. They also suggest that being analysis offer electrification for customers who do not also receive electric service from the company and avoid incentives for gas equipment except where the company demonstrates these incentives are necessary to meet the resource need. Boulder agrees with CA eligibility concerns that offering incremental incentives for electrification should be beyond only electric service customers, and otherwise it may limit what would otherwise be a prudent shift towards electrification. CEO supports the use of high efficiency furnace replacement. Public Service responds to the party comments by noting that the PUC issued its decision in the DSM-BE strategic issues proceeding where it ordered a phase out of rebates of many natural gas consuming appliances after this initial GIP filing was received or sent out. The company continues to support the replacement of inefficient natural gas appliances. Regarding all electric construction, Public Service claims trends and projects are being monitored closely although very few recent and current construction projects have chosen this path. The company claims only 0.1% of efficient new homes were all electric in 2022. With respect to customer eligibility of BE, the company argues that its approach is consistent with that approved in the DSM BE plan of 2023. The company contends the Commission generally agree with this approach in the SI proceeding as well. With respect to DR, the company argues it evaluated thermostat-based control of residential and commercial heating equipment. However, they were not selected as a strategy because there's insufficient evidence that these approaches can provide a meaningful reduction in gas demand. Public Service also notes that as part of the 2023 DSM-BE plan, it has issued an RFI for gas and electric DR technologies. And finally, it has evaluated geothermal technologies as well and found them to be not effective at this time.
Well, I guess when I talk about quality over quantity, Commissioner Gilman, this is really what drives me. I think this is, new construction, new development is really, the opportunity to manage new capital investment. And I'd love to find a way to drive this forward. So for that, why don't you take it away?
The answer is the magical M docket. I think we're off to a good start with the cost benefit analysis provided by the company, but I think they could likely use some guidance that I'm happy to give. I appreciate the stakeholder suggestion and the company's acceptance of moving forward with the CBA handbook. I think that's a reasonable next step and potentially could be facilitated pretty well within an M docket where we have all the stakeholders represented. So knowing that, I think additional process should be undertaken to really nail down all of the details on what we might see in the next skip. I'll give some of my thoughts. I think the most mathematically significant change that I see is the need for the company to include the capital costs in the capital cost of the addition, the infrastructure's net salvage values, which in most cases is highly consequential, upwards of 70% of the value added on top in the last rate case. This represents real money the company is collecting from ratepayers from the onset of the asset going into service. So it's a completely appropriate expense to include on the pipeline or infrastructure side of the equation. This alone may fundamentally change the math for many MPAs because it was originally done. I think the actual cost of the infrastructure project was vastly understated compared to what ratepayers actually would have ended up paying for the infrastructure project. I found the way the company chose to not directly compare the two options for the infrastructure versus the NPA was a bit confusing. We had a different cost benefit analysis. They were essentially both compared to almost like a zero action scenario of nothing, which is confusing because I think everyone understands we can't do zero action. It caused a lot of concern and confusion among stakeholders. So I don't know, to me, I would probably prefer a direct comparison here between the two options, because realistically, that is what we're comparing between. And then regarding the electric system infrastructure that Commissioner Plant brought up before, you know, it's inherently very difficult to see what costs will be incurred by the system, regardless of whether or not a specific NPA goes into place or not, especially given population growth, existing needs of the system, as well as just essentially organic electrification that might happen due to the prevalence and incentives associated with electrification. So the inclusion of electric infrastructure needs could be premature until the company can get its arms around the forecasting that we're requesting here, forecasting in the DSP, which will better forecast the electric infrastructure needs. And, you know, I think they've essentially said that they're taking what their 5-year capital forecast is for the electric distribution system and backing that out of any needs they see. However, I'm not so sure what's in those assumptions. As you know, as we see here in the out years, there's very little specifically planned on the gas system. So if in 4 or 5 years, there's significantly more specifically planned and budgeted on the electric system, that would point to a fairly significant inequity in the degree or level to which of detail we have in planning these systems. So I guess what I've seen in the GIP didn't give me a lot of thought that we have very detailed and accurate assumptions, perhaps in a 5-year capital forecast for the electric system, which is kind of some of the underpinning of that differential that's being included for the NPA projects. With regard to emissions, some commenters point out the company should pursue the use of long-run marginal emissions rather than the short-run emissions rates, which likely overstate emissions associated with electrification in NPAs. I agree with that. I chased down for a long time why the emissions here were not similar to what they were in the ERP. And then with regard to fossil fuel equipment, which was brought up by Mr. Mendelson, in my opinion, it should only be included in NPA when the NPA is not feasible without it. But that bump makes it feasible. I think it should be only utilized kind of as a last resort and in a limited capacity, but to the extent that that makes an NPA work when it would not have otherwise, if that provides economic benefits to the system as a whole, I largely still see that as an acceptable situation. Methane emissions associated with natural gas leakage should clearly be part of the CBA and likely in line with what the commission has ruled in the recent past as far as assumptions for those. One item with regard to disproportionately impacted communities, this situation we're pondering where kind of there could be economic benefits flowing to a certain community. I think it would be really helpful as part of the CBA handbook and analysis for the company and some of the stakeholders to think through how could we do a better job of communicating a cost benefit analysis that focuses to a larger degree on how this looks for the disproportionately impacted communities in the areas. I see probably 2 main options I'd be interested in hearing more about. One would be looking kind of more acutely at what actual benefits and costs are flowing in or out of the local DI community in which a project might be located or serving. Another might be to look at, say, like an adder on benefits that flow into DI communities, just so that we can properly analyze kind of equity as part of the cost benefit analysis that we're undertaking for the larger project. So I would just love if there could be some discussion in the CBA kind of handbook and work on what could we do to help really emphasize and look at the flow of benefits into DI communities. And then also just to look out further as a future vision, you know, the GIP and the DSP on the electric side ideally should be working in concert to lay out a coordinated vision of the future of these systems, prioritization and cost of the needed investments, and aligning forecasting to tie shifts from electrification through both utilities. I will say, though, we have our work cut out for us, I think, right now in both, to ensure that they each individually live up to our aspirations and what we hope they do. But certainly to me, the long-term vision in terms of coordinating our systems in the state and really optimizing cost and planning throughout the state, we should see eventually a well-functioning GIP and a well-functioning DSP work in concert with each other and share some of the forecasting and information. And I'm very hopeful that Public Services' new coordinated planning group or something, I forget the name, will help make advancements in this, because I think that is part of the end game here, is that we have really coordinated and optimized information flowing back and forth between these two systems. So that's some of my thoughts.
Appreciate your optimism, Commissioner Coleman. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I really don't have much to add. I think that, you know, once, as we've talked about in other other discussions here today, once we get to a point where we've got, you know, a functioning DERMS system, you know, this electrification will also offer additional benefits to the grid and to the rate base, and until we have that capability to take advantage of those technologies, then we don't see that, we don't see as much of that benefit. But I look forward to the day when we do.
All right, Mr. Mendelson, I think I'm going to take a 30-minute break for lunch unless you have anything else on this specific issue.
No, I think that's a good idea.
And I guess now that we're almost 4 hours into this and we have a 2-hour public hearing, I'm going to request that you do your best to frame up the decision and just fully assume that all three commissioners have read all the materials, are totally familiar with the comments of the parties, and do your best to frame it up as efficiently as possible. Is that okay?
Yeah, to my best.
All right, let's reconvene at 1:10. 1:10. Thank you. All right. 4 hours and counting. Mr. Mendelson, you there? Yeah, so I guess let's go back. Commissioner Goman, it sounded like you shared some thoughts on cost benefit analysis. Let's just go back and take a formal vote. I agreed with what you said on cost benefit analysis and what Commissioner Plant said earlier. So to the extent you can remember it from 30 or 40, to the extent I can remember it from 30 or 40 minutes ago, Commissioner Plant, are you all right with Commissioner Goman's comments on cost benefit analysis?
Yes.
As am I. So maybe that helps take care of another category, Mr. Mendelson. You want to go back and call some votes on individual things and see if we can, I know we're skipping around, it's all integrated. So maybe you can help clean us up.
Sure. And it is, there's a lot of overlap here. So with respect to MPA technologies, there were just a couple of points that I think the commission might want to just discuss or specifically vote on. One was just the strong indication. Sorry, my cat's being really naughty. So there's a specific recommendation that new construction, new electric construction, all electric new construction is like the cleanest and most cost-effective way to avoid a lot of the infrastructure investment. And the other thing that's required is a vote on whether or not the beneficial electrification should be specifically made available to non-electric customers or customers that only take gas service from the company.
Well, on the first one, I mean, maybe not always, but I strongly agree that's one of the best opportunities. And on the second one, I probably wouldn't be very aggressive about forcing it on customers that don't take electric service from public service company at this point. Let's see if we can get something going with the joint combined customers. But Commissioner Goman, where would you like to take those two items?
I think that was my fault. I needed more caffeine and I was hungry. And if you would believe it, I have a lot of notes and I skipped the wrong section. Yeah, I'm totally on board with new construction, all electric being really an obvious inclusion in NPA portfolios, as well as gas demand response, and looking at how we continue to develop the company's understanding of those technologies and the ability to deploy them as part of MPAs. I know there is some emphasis on ground source heat pumps in the NPAs in that like they do model some, but I would really love to see an increased focus on the analysis and incentives designed around ground source heat pumps. The more of these filings that pile up and we look at impacts, potential impacts to the electric system of electrification with electric resistance backup, or keeping people with natural gas backup and continuing to incur, the same exact capacity built out for that system. Ground source heat pump just continues to look better and better as a technology we need to take more seriously. And so it's in here. It's not that it's completely missing, but just a plea to continue to focus and work on that. With regard to technology, I already said my piece on the fossil fuel on furnaces and boilers. So any reaction to that would be wonderful. And then yeah, with regard to gas only customers, I mean, I would like to see in the next skip just a proposal for how this could potentially be handled. Just in understanding, I think the proposal for cost recovery was from electric customers when someone is electrified, which definitely would need to be looked at if you have gas only customers, but at the same time, if we have an expensive project to avoid in that area, or if the gas customers want to take advantage of this. It's something we should explore more in the next skip.
I'm fine with all that. Just not eager for more fights over conflicting financial incentives. So, Commissioner Plant, anything you want to add?
No, I would agree with all that. Commissioner Gilman, is this? I mean, this is a kind of a sticky wicket, right? The whole split service issue, particularly when, which is generally the case, we are non-jurisdictional over the electric utility. That might be in question. Is this something that we want to have in the M docket that you were raising for discussion prior to a GIP, or is that something you want to just leave for the company to address in the next GIP?
You could go either route. I do feel like we have our hands full with things that we're fairly clear on what the next steps could or should be in order to facilitate a conversation. And I'm less clear on this one. Like, I would just like to see the conversation in the next skip about what could this be? Are there any options? What could happen? What could structures look like? So I guess it's probably my preference, leave it out, even though I would prefer a comprehensive approach, because I think we're gonna have plenty to do in there. This is somewhat of a lower priority, although I understand, like, for those customers, not ideal.
And Commissioner Gilman, just a plea to leave as much as we can to the next GIP and not try and litigate everything in the M docket. Let's just focus on the most highest priority items, so we're just not constantly whatever the right word is in conversation.
I've already complied with your wishes by excluding that suggestion.
And I'm expressing my appreciation and encouraging you to continue to do that. All right, Mr. Mendelson, what's next? If you can just keep framing up issues just like that for voting, that would be really appreciated. Just
it's a little ad hoc, but I'll try my best. Okay, so the next issue is on specific MPA evaluations. The company developed a suitability screening criteria on 8 capacity expansion projects that were part of the GIP. It selected 5 and came to its NPA analysis and proposes to go forward with 2 of those, the Pearl Street Mall in Boulder and the F3 reinforcement, which primarily serves Aurora. The other 3 of those, it says it wants to bring back 2 of them to the next GIP, and 1 of them it would like to reject because it finds it not cost effective. It's the Harmony High pressure pipeline reinforcement. The parties take issue with rejecting those or pausing on the 3 that the company proposes to do, to pause on, and supports in particular the Pearl Street Mall project because that requires no replacement of gas appliances. Pearl Street Mall project just quickly is a bit complex in that it requires 66 specific customers to fully go onto electricity and away from gas, and the traditional project would cost 6.7 million, and its replacement would be right around there, and but slightly better NPV valuation. And the F3 reinforcement is the traditional project is about 6,800 feet of 6-inch pipe that it would replace, and cost about $4 million. The NPA of it would be appliances and air source heat pumps and other beneficial electrification technologies. The parties take issue in part with replacing gas-fired appliances with more efficient versions of those.
Oh. We ready to discuss, or is there more?
I would just say that that public service responds in its upcoming interim GIP. The company will provide an updated MPA analysis for its Fort Lupton compressor station, one of the rejected projects, as well as its Mead to East Longmont reinforcement project. So public service plans to bring forward in an interim GIP those two specific projects for reevaluation.
Commissioner Goman.
Yes, excellent. So, you know, first of all, given the small sample set, I'm fairly impressed with how the economics look of some of these MPA projects. So I think that's encouraging. And to the company's credit, I generally found the information provided on each project to be, you know, well laid out and helpful. So certainly appreciate that. Excited to see the Pearl Street Mall project go forward. As you point out, it's an ambitious MPA just because we have to achieve 100% success rate in terms of customers, but it will certainly be a very powerful test case if that works out as to what we can accomplish. You know, with the F3 reinforcement, not thrilled that we've got over 300 new gas furnaces, but it does contain an entire array of options, and I think presents an outstanding NPA test case showing deployment of a really wide range of solutions working together. Clearly, I hope the company would limit the fossil fuel replacements to only what is completely necessary there. But despite its shortcomings, I do think it has pretty overwhelmingly positive economics to pursue that project. And I would generally see that as beneficial. I'm not like 100% sure what it means. The interim GIP filing in 2024. I mean, I know there's an interim GIP filing, but I don't know if that's a venue to approve anything. So I guess I'm a little confused by the information that we'll get on Fort Lupton and Mead to East Longmont. But I would certainly like to see the company pursuing NPAs there and not kind of burning an extra year here as we wait for that information. They're already aware of the projects, where they are, the relative cost. So I'd certainly like to see them making good use of the time so we don't get there and just say, oops, it's too late. So yeah, I think those are my thoughts for now.
Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. I don't have anything to add.
I would just add one thing from personal experience as someone who was on a year-to-year commercial lease, office lease in an older building for almost 10 years on the Pearl Street Mall. I think getting all 60 customers is going to be a really heavy lift. It's just go all electric in these buildings is not going to be easy. So just would reemphasize that I just the easiest, most cost-effective thing with the highest value, I think, is going to be looking at residential new development, particularly in areas that are looking at significant infrastructure investment. And you know, just as a general thing, I just really would like to see quality. You know, just a large, intuitive electrification of a new development, I think is, you know, something I'd be really excited to see. So, so generally, what Commissioner Gilman said, I think there's a little more skepticism on my side about things like the Pearl Street Mall, although I'd like to see him take a shot at it and try. I just think it's a heavy lift. And to the extent there's differences between our view, we'll work it out on the language in the TBC order. And thank you, Mr. Mendelson, for the concise, incisive summary. So let's keep doing that.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did the commission want to specifically rule on the F3 reinforcement?
I mean, I just characterize it like Commissioner Goman said. So I don't know that we're approving anything in an informational filing, but we want to see more in the next process. So I don't know. How would you say, Commissioner Gomez?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the project. There are a few shortcomings there in terms of a somewhat significant number of natural gas appliances. Perhaps that's something they can address. I would appreciate if they could. Even if the shortcomings are not solved, I think it's a compelling project that should be pursued.
You're muted. Oh, there you go.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the next issue is related to competitive RFPs. United had strong feelings that there should be more competition within the procurement of services, and made a number of specific recommendations to either have the utility bid into it directly, or have the company as a backup source of providing service after the competition. But generally said that the company itself is not good at bringing the most cutting edge technology and resources on its own without competition.
Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, I think United brings up valid points about the virtues of competitive procurements, especially in this scenario where each assumption can be combed through and is valuable, and certainly get a lot of pencils sharpened when you're competitively looking at how to solve the problem. I'm sensitive to the concerns that if we just require this for everything, we might get projects that fail, kind of akin to our NWA. So, I think it would be helpful to see this work though. So perhaps as an opening suggestion, in the next GIP, we could require the company to complete at least one competitive solicitation process for an NPA. And I would prefer that to focus on a large or the largest expenditure in the next GIP with sufficient time to implement. And as part of that GIP filing, I'd like to see the company provide a sample contract and RFP for the competitive solicitation, just so, as well as a proposed timeline and potentially an IE role, so that we can see what that process would look like as part of that proceeding and lay it out and test one there. Because I agree, I think there are a lot of virtues here and we got to walk before we run. So I'd like to see us at least try one in the next proceeding. So that would be my suggestion, how to get there.
Guess we got to find one first. Commissioner Plant.
I agree with that approach.
Yeah, I generally agree, but it just seems like we got to find something that we can bid out. So it may be a little premature.
You're Mr. Pessimist today.
It's amazing. As we get more than 5 hours in, I get more and more pessimistic. Yeah, appreciate it. I was optimistic on the electric side. Commissioner Mendelson. I'm a little punch drunk. Mr. Mendelson.
Yes. Okay, so the next section will be your deliberation on cost recovery. They're kind of two distinct components of cost recovery. The first is related the recovery of NPAs that are implemented. The second is the treatment of infrastructure costs that were not subject to an NPA evaluation, or were not given sufficient time to evaluate and implement NPAs necessary to mitigate the infrastructure investment. That was an issue that was raised by several parties, and that the commission should look very closely at how it allows cost recovery of that. And with respect to recovery of the NPAs, the company has put forward kind of strong language saying that it's an important prerequisite that it be allowed to defer accounting with full return, And so it recognizes that that cannot be granted right now, but that should be allowed through a compliance filing to this proceeding. The company says that should the commission require the company to pursue achievable NPA portfolios, the authorization for a cost recovery mechanism needs to be in place in advance. Otherwise, the NPA would not be pursued.
Commissioner Gutman.
Thanks. So, I suggest, I mean, for the next GIP, I think it would be helpful to see cost recovery proposals for any MPA as part of that. For this instant proceeding, I would tend to agree with Conservation Advocate's proposal to direct the company to file a proposal for cost recovery with the commission of the MPAs that they've put forth here. I also don't really, and it would be helpful, I think, in that proposal if that proposal also covers what data points the company is committed to providing and reporting and at what intervals to the commission, so the commission can essentially keep tabs on the development and success of those MPA projects. For the traditional infrastructure projects here, I don't see any pathway right now. It's not an adjudicated proceeding. I think it's just kind of more or less is what it is. And yeah, I don't know. I think we can consider cost recovery proposals put forth in the future. I'm not outright opposed to different treatment of MPAs. Certainly it's something we want to encourage the company to be pursuing. But of course the devil's in the details. So things have to work appropriately and the incentives have to be in the right place. So for me, I think that's the path forward at this point.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So for current projects, seek cost recovery through the next available avenue, and then for the future projects included in the next KIP.
Yeah, I'm happy to look at it in the next skip. Although for me, it'd be a heavy lift to create a new rider or anything like that, and it would really have to be something that created a lot of value. Some again, like an all electrification of a new development would be something I'd be excited about. So does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson, on this?
Well, I should mention that the company did specifically ask to move forward with its riders on the electric and the gas side. So as I understand your vote, we would not be approving those rider recovery right at this moment.
I don't think we can in this case. So, but the answer to that, I think, is no, is what I heard. Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I don't see any avenue to approve riders in a non-adjudicated proceeding. I just don't see it. I mean, I also, look, I think it's good to incent what we want to see. I'm not completely opposed to like a different cost recovery structure for NPAs, but like the suggestion that if we don't sweeten the pot and make this undeniably good, that the company won't pursue any NPAs, I think is maybe missing the forest for the trees in terms of cost recovery. I mean, if the commission's aware that the company is spending more to achieve a certain thing than they need to, then that would be concerning. So I don't see us even being able to do a rider right here. I would suggest that the company could file a proposal for cost recovery for the NPAs that they are moving forward with at this time, but I don't see it being done right here right now.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, it does. Okay, so the next issue is on mapping requirements. CEO by itself and jointly with CA indicated through their comments the strong need for system mapping. They cited the new law SB 23291, which will require companies to file along with their GIPs, system-wide locations, ages, and materials and types of gas distribution pipes, as well as information on whether or not they need to be upgraded or replaced within 10 years after the date that the utility files the plan. The joint commenters argue also that a gas asset analysis tool as developed by Pacific Gas and Electric could be a good template for public service and the utilities in Colorado. Separately, they say the utility should present census tract level mapping in both clean heat and GIP proceedings. This mapping could be combined with other data available at the level of granularity to identify locations that may be ripe for MPA analysis. The company says that it be given the opportunity to collaborate with CEO and other interested stakeholders with guidance from the commission to avoid the risk of an order being entered regarding mapping that the company cannot satisfy due to an array of technical or safety related issues. They also suggest that SB 23-291 is self-executing and that the commission need not provide any additional guidance or impose additional requirements.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks. Yeah, I think this is an area we can make a lot of progress on. I would suggest the docket as a place to have these conversations. I would stop short of saying 291 is self-executing in that. I think CEO points out if this is on like an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, that's not really a useful map. So the details do matter as far as how this is provided. I think between SB 291 and 22R 0491 GPS, which is the rulemaking on mapping going on right now, there's a significant start on this. And so I think it's important to bring folks together to understand what should be presented in maps, what sort of guardrails about size and interactivity and access to maps. But I also like in a larger vision, I think there is a lot of merit to really pursuing interactive mapping and having not just kind of the age and condition type information mentioned in 291 on there, but if you're also able to see capacity constraints, able to see coils or other costs incurred that the system could incur laid out on the system, that it would be incredibly informative visual tool as we look to better understand really areas of the system that are very ripe for NPAs and should be considered as, you know, really cost-effective options for NPAs. So I think it'll be important in that to look at what is the next step, what can we do next, but also what is the ambition for what a tool ultimately should provide here. And I don't think we have that here in this proceeding exactly, but that's part of the conversation that I think it would be helpful to have in advancing this concept and figuring out where we go from here. So I'd suggest these conversations occur within that docket.
Commissioner Plant.
I'd agree with that approach.
I'm good with that too. Does that give you what you need on that one, Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah, I believe it does. Okay, just a couple more items for today. One is define programmatic expenses. The Rule 4553 3E requires the company a report on relocation and replacement of meters and replacement of customer-owned yard lines. The coils are referenced, and with the company said it's providing a 3-year leak survey that identifies and tracks coils per settlement in proceeding 20A-L0409G, and it explains that it found just over 5,000 coils over 2 years of that leak survey, representing just 0.04% of its customers that have been surveyed. And the average cost to replace is estimated $8,700. I don't know if there's a specific one here, but perhaps importantly, the company did not really mention its relocation or replacement of meters.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I think that was odd and seems to fit squarely within the definition, but we discussed before an inclusion here to ensure that routines or programmatic expenses will show up. And so I think that's a reasonable way to move forward on this point.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Does that get you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, it does. Okay, so the last point for today will be the hydrogen demonstration project and hydrogen compatibility. Pursuant to Rule 4553D2, the company is required to report the following information regarding hydrogen compatibility, which includes the estimated percentage of distribution system components known to be compatible with varying concentrations of hydrogen. And also to identify any areas with unknown materials or materials not known to be compatible. The company explains that it's working to meet that need and has offered up a hydrogen demonstration project as a mechanism to do so. That would be part of its existing distribution system in Adams County. They received a lot of comment back that the project should not be in this GIP, that it represents a $5 million research project that carries both human and structural risks, and risk of stranded assets. Public Service responded that it included the project in the capacity expansion category as it interpreted the rules at the time. Nevertheless, the project has been included in the company's CHP as a market transformation initiative for commission approval within the context of that case, and will be fully litigated there. Accordingly, the company asked the commission not to specifically rule on the hydrogen demonstration project in this GIP proceeding.
That makes sense to me. Let's take it up there, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Mendelson, you mentioned this the last point. Are we gonna move other items to next Wednesday or?
Maybe. I think I may keep going.
Okay. Try not to take us off track again. I think it's fine to say that this can and will be fully evaluated, that the pilot itself within the Clean Heat Plan where it was also included. But as it relates to 4553D, the existing infrastructure assessment reporting, I was pretty surprised here to just see the company essentially take a pass on providing any information on the system's compatibility with hydrogen. The company's repeatedly expressed a vision of introducing hydrogen into their system, both in this pilot and at large. And this section of the rules was largely intended to be a proactive review so that the company could identify compatibility of its system, and most concerningly, identify any known incompatibility in its system with the introduction of hydrogen. And there was no information at all provided in response to that rule. The company did indicate that they're continuing to study this and their knowledge will continue to evolve. To me, it's a little bit of a concerning cart before the horse here if we're trying to introduce hydrogen into the pipes before the most basic research about the compatibility of those pipes has been done and has been made transparent to this commission and stakeholders. So I would just implore the company, if they really see this as part of their vision, to do the work that's written in the rule and provide insight into the compatibility of the system before actually executing on those projects.
Commissioner Plant? I'm fine with that. So does that give you what you need on that one, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, I believe it does.
Why don't we just keep going and see if we can get through line extension and best value employment metrics, if you could.
Okay, my apologies. I missed this. So on line extension, the CA offers two recommendations. One, to remove the electric line extension allowance for mixed fuel new construction, and two, to increase the electric line extension allowance for existing buildings that are electrifying. noting that the California PUC has implemented such a change. They also suggest it has heard of instances where electrification is an existing building, triggers a very expensive front of meter electrical upgrade that must be shouldered all or in part by the electric customer. Any study must also consider methods for sharing the cost recovery for service or transformer upgrades among customers.
Commissioner Gilman, I'm not sure if this is the right forum, but look forward to hearing what you think.
Yeah, I would say the GIP's not the right venue, but feel free to participate in 23M-0464 EG, which is a venue in which we are discussing some of these very topics about barriers to BE and DERs and how some of those things play out. So just a sales pitch for other proceeding where this could be an appropriate discussion as well.
Can never have too many M dockets. Commissioner Plant.
Commissioner Gilman's always selling. Yeah.
We'll take that as a yes vote. Mr. Mendelson.
Okay. Last issue is best value employment metric. LIUNA indicated the company did not include the length and type of training and apprenticeship programs available to the workforce, the percentage of workers who are Colorado residents, whether the workforce is covered by a labor agreement, and pension contribution rates, if any. They also argue that the company should use verifiable wage and benefits data to determine the range of wages and should work with its contractors and utilize historic project data, if any, to estimate the minimum or range of craft personnel needed to build a gas infrastructure project. Piasco responds that they encountered challenges with providing BVEMs in the context of this initial GIP. For example, the evaluated projects are generally very early in their life cycle with a low level of maturity in the stage gate process. The company would have more concrete information regarding resources to be employed after conceptual engineering is complete, which does not correlate with the MPA analysis time.
Do you have a recommendation?
Yes, advisors recommend the commission recognize the BVEM requirements and indicate its expectation such will be provided in the 2025 GIP.
Commissioner Goman.
I think that makes sense. Another interesting thing with regard to labor is like a pipe networked geo may also include pipe labor as a replacement project. So just an interesting correlation there, but I largely agree with your recommendation.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree as well.
As do I. So I guess that I think we got through most of this, Mr. Mendelson. If you could do any cleanup next week, and I guess we may want to take another look at the NPA issue after we can check with council. And I know you guys had some concerns in the memo, so if you can see if your concerns have been addressed on that, that'd be great. And then I suspect we've missed a couple of votes by bundling everything together. So, and jumping around. So we're going to be in the middle of the TAP hearing next week. So you can just frame up the votes as you did this afternoon, really concisely. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll bring back the MPA issue, and like you said, there'll be probably a couple of cleanup items. But,
Commissioner Gelman, any final thoughts or anything else you'd like to comment on or discuss?
I'll go just briefly. Things for you to think about for next week. I'd like to request or order that work papers related to the MPAs and other important calculations be provided up front in the next GIP. I think there was just some time wasted around getting those at the beginning of the process, our first process, but I think there are some merit to just getting those with the filing next time so everybody can hit the ground running with what they get. Along that vein, the NPA work paper, yeah.
Oh, okay, keep going. I was just going to take a vote on that now, but if
Oh
you're
yeah,
not,
it's a discrete other thing. I mean, it's related, but it's whatever.
I'd be happy to make that request in this order, Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Okay.
Along that vein, the NPA work papers that were spreadsheet work papers provided in this proceeding were classified as highly confidential. I'll just note we had to make that determination before we really actually saw them. There are gas commodity price forecasts in there. That's the only thing I really personally see as confidential in there. I know the claim is that they're essentially a proprietary work product of the consultant. But they're well done. I like them, but they have fairly basic assumptions in terms of what we're doing and then the calculations to execute. I just don't see the proprietary nature of these and really don't see that as a reasonable kind of balance with the need for transparency and for other stakeholders to be able to see and understand what calculations were made in the NPA analysis. So it would be my preference that next time we indicate, even if they have to somehow kind of just obscure or make pretty generic the gas price forecast, to do so that the NPA work papers be filed as non-confidential so that we have the increased transparency for stakeholders to participate in the process, because I think that would be helpful. And to that degree, the project information sheets were also classified as confidential. I haven't found a public version of them. So that's what I'm grappling with. I need a lot more of this to be transparent next time so we can really actually have the right balance here, I think. So you all can think about it, but those are some of my thoughts on things I'd like to work on for the next skip as well.
I'm fine with that, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Would just a process question. I mean, wouldn't they need to file for classifying them as highly confidential in a litigated proceeding, and so we'd have an opportunity to look at it at that time and make that determination?
Would, yeah. So I mean, this is more probably under the heading of fair warning. Like I would very much prefer that the company has in mind that these should not be filed as confidential or highly confidential to promote transparency and really allow people to participate in this process and understand what was done. I think they're very close, if not there in their current format. If they think there are tweaks, I'd rather, give them that warning now than, just not do what they want with the confidentiality designation when they come and ask.
Sounds good.
I'm fine with saying it that way in the order.
That's it. Sorry. Thank you.
All right. Thanks to all. Thanks for you, Mr. Mendelson. What is there? Tens of thousands of pages in this record. So appreciate you leading us through this. Thanks to you, Commissioner Gilman, for being a thought leader and moving Colorado forward. And really thanks to the parties and really to the company for putting this forward, a few weeks after the rule was final and, creating this conversation. So with that, anything else, Mr. Mendelson?
I was just saying, I don't know, like tens of thousands, but probably a couple thousand pages of comments.
All right. I don't want to oversell it. I didn't count. I'll take Commissioner Gomez next response and say we look forward to seeing everybody at 4 p.m. In the TAP public hearing to the extent anybody's listening at this point. Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Plant, any final thoughts?
No.
Commissioner Gomez?
No, that's it. You stole mine.
The only time in the last 5 hours. Thanks. I'll see you in a couple hours.